Hey, we are
Thank
live.
you for joining us. We're just gonna chat a little bit and get ready for the main attraction.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Okay, there you go. I just had to. I've got YouTube running on my side here while I'm looking at the screen here, and
Same.
it just was giving me feedback with the audio, but I've switched it off now. G'day everyone out there. I hope you're all doing well. It's 5 o'clock in the morning where I am, so you're probably doing better time than me.
Yeah, we usually like to do these things Saturday night, Sunday morning for you, right, Danny?
Yeah. But it's all good. I feel awake, kind of.
Very glad.
Daughters, yeah.
Very glad that you're back and healthy. The disease that shall not be named,
yes,
was rough, and so I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you, man. Like it was really rough. We won't mention what it is, but yeah, so glad that we got through it. Got through it. The whole family, actually, my wife, my kids, and myself. They recovered faster than me, and I've got another. This Thursday will be 28 days. So, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling on top of the world, except for this little bit of a harsh voice because it's 5 in the morning.
And drip was there for you in a big way.
Absolutely. Look, you know, I think about that. Guys, and you know, if I had to work like a normal job, but wasn't able to go to it because I was sick, it would have really messed me up. But the fact that I'm on drip and drip paid for everything, you know, it paid for all the medical bills and well, not much of them really because I just stayed at home, but all the normal things that I needed to pay were all still paid. And some emergency things as well, Brandon. I don't know, did I mention that to you?
Yeah, laptop, and it's like everything sort of fell on you at the same time. You needed a laptop, you needed a refrigerator.
Yeah, brand new refrigerator, $1,500.
Cheers, Matt.
You know, yeah, hey Matt. Hey Kelly, who got it first? Is that me who got it first? Actually, my daughter did. And I think it was because of my wife's business. We ship things, and you know, we receive deliveries and we ship things out every single day. And I'm guessing it was contaminated goods that we received, and that's how we got it.
Yeah, for the longest time we were like disinfecting everything. We'd have groceries delivered, or go to the store and bring stuff home and disinfecting, like wiping down everything just to be
absolutely
extra.
I mean, we're super careful considering, like, over here we're getting like 26,000 cases a day, and so you've got to be really careful. And we do, when we go grocery shopping, we wash everything outside before it comes into the house. Everything, we're super careful with stuff like that. But you know, it's just one of those things. Even being careful, we got it. So but luckily all good, all back on track now.
So we should hopefully we can get this stream like well populated and get everything ready, get some hype going for the man, the boss, the legend.
Looking forward to this one.
He's so funny. He DM'd me at like 2:15 my time and said, hey, I'll be ready soon. And I was like, holy crap, I better jump in the shower, I better get ready. And then I said, okay, great, I'll 30 minutes ? And then like later on he was like, oh no, I need more time than that, I need an hour at least. I'm like, okay.
Well, when you messaged me, I was still sitting here in my office, and I was like just drifting off. I'm thinking, oh, it's not going to happen tonight, and I might just pack up, and you just messaged me. I thought, oh yeah, okay. I'm here, I'm awake. So
yeah, throughout this whole thing I felt like, okay, whatever he needs, like if he says the word, I drop everything and I mean, I've been anticipating this and looking forward to this for, gosh, about 3 or 4 weeks now.
Yeah.
And he's just been so insanely busy with this latest project.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so necessarily he doesn't have time. Mine is not the only messages that he gets on Telegram. So,
oh, for sure.
You know, I mean, you just don't have time to answer and reply and even read every single thing that you get on Telegram, especially someone like Forex.
Exactly. Look, the guy's a rock star. He needs a PA to answer it. Answer all those questions. So.
I remember you, Jeremy.
Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, guys, smash the like button, please.
Yep. When this is all done too, Brandon, I'll download it and then I'm gonna edit it and put it on my channel as well.
Of course.
So yeah, that'll be good.
That would be another good reason for me to get the full version of StreamYard, right? Because then I get the raw footage.
Yeah, yeah, definitely worth it. There's a couple of different options there. Like the top one is only like $40, almost $50 a month or something, but that allows you to do full 1080p streaming, which in most cases you don't really need to do full 1080p. Most people are still out there watching at 720p, but you know, I'm probably going to upgrade to that one next month. What the hell? You know, it's not coming out of my pocket. Thank you, Drip. So, yeah.
Let's look at the price. Let's see. This is so reminiscent of the way it was in late June and early July.
Yeah.
It was relentless. I kept posting the chart in chat, in the main Drip chat, and oh man, there was nice. We're above 15.
Yes.
Well above 15. Jeez.
Yep. Nice big spike.
But I kept, you know, zooming out, and I posted another one of these this morning in the Drip chat. I would like circle this area right here and be like, buy the BTFD, which is buy the effing dip.
Yeah.
But look at this thing. I mean, it's just been relentless.
Yeah. It's just going to get better. You know, the other day I looked at it, and because I didn't get in on pre-sale, I got in on day one, but by the time I was waiting, because they had to organize all the pre-sales first, et cetera, et cetera. So I was waiting until I think it was 4:30 or 5 in the morning, my time, around this time, when I was actually able to buy some, and I got in at $7.70. And the other day it was at $7.70. And I thought, okay, well, basically what it's done is it's reset itself now.
Oh, you're talking about way back in April or May.
Yeah, way back when I first got in, it was $7.70. That was on day one, right? Day one, $7.70. And the other day it went back to $7.70. I'm thinking, oh, well, it's just reset itself. I know where it's going. I know where it can potentially be. So
yeah, have your spacesuits ready. That is a fact. You know, it's so, like, I recently put out that updated faucet calculator spreadsheet, and I went ahead and I'm using the tool myself. It's pretty handy. And, you know, so I've sort of, you know, scroll down, look at, hey, you know, at the end of the year, here's how much drip I'm going to be producing, or faucet is going to be producing for me. Oh, let's go a little, and the numbers are just staggering. And
absolutely, I
was blown away with, like, I put like an $11 price in there. I think I even put like 9 something into the spreadsheet, and the numbers were staggering. And so, but to think that we have about a $1.5 million market cap, and that's if you include the 800 or so thousand tokens, 800,000 plus tokens that are locked in the drip vault, which technically, you know, calculating market cap, you're supposed to use circulating supply. You're not supposed to use things that are tokens that are locked away. But anyway, even if we use that, the full million tokens times $15 1550 now. You know, $1.5 million market cap is freaking tiny. It's microscopic. And so it's totally possible that we go from a 1.5 to a $15 million market cap, you know?
Yeah.
Where's the price going to be? Like, I think we're going to have to start dealing with sudden wealth syndrome. I think that's going to be a thing coming up.
I think so. Look, this is crypto.
Do you have any kidneys left, Jeremy?
Yeah, do it, mate. Do it.
I think this was actually the bottom. Because I updated a spreadsheet that I have, and I remember September 26th. And I remember that price, $6.86. And this chart doesn't go all the way back. He changed it so that there wasn't so much data for the site to have to load, and it was it was adversely affecting the performance of the website and how long it would take to load. So he changed it. What's that? Like a week? I guess it goes back a week now. Anyway, I believe that was the all-time low. Not the all-time low, but the most recent low. $6.86. Yep, $6.86. So remember that number. We're all going to remember that. But this is relentless. And this is just how it was in early July, before we hit the July 16th 58.88 high. Slowed down a little bit right here. There's a dip. That's a buyable dip, right?
Yep.
Yesterday. Boom.
That's it.
Let me bust out my calculator.
Exactly. Exciting times.
He's running out of kidneys. Yeah, and to think that, I mean, it did all of this before the official announcement. It did, you know, it started pumping on September 27th or so, just based on the announcement of a coming announcement for one project, you know. Never mind the NFT game, never mind, you know, the first time one of the Focus Visual influencers, you know, goes live and starts literally promoting Drip. Never mind the first time he gets a bridge implemented. He's already, from what we can ask him this, but from what I understand, he already has the code complete. Just like everything else he does, like he does completed products, not projects, products. For, I believe he has a bridge built for the Tron network straight into Faucet. So like there's all these things coming down the pipe, and the price is already bullish as hell. So it's crazy. I think it's going to be shocking. I think it's going to be literally shocking.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's like that second last video that I did about, you know, the price drop and why not to worry about it. I mean, you don't even have to worry about it. Seriously.
Yeah. And this whole time you're getting paid. You're getting paid to wait for the price to appreciate. And you don't even need price appreciation. You're already accumulating more tokens in your account.
That's it. Look, I did a real life use, a real case scenario. Like one of my people bought in at $57. They $5,000 worth or something at $57.
Oh,
and then it went right down.
Boom.
Yeah, he's backstage. There you go. The man is in there.
So guys, right? All right, cool. I'm in. All right.
Hey.
Can you hear me all right?
Absolutely. Yes. How are you, Forex?
I'm awesome. I'm just I've been on all day talking to a bunch of different YouTubers and people with groups to try to schedule and organize the private sale. So that's gonna be what I'm gonna be doing all weekend. So I have a better estimate, or right now I'm estimating that the private pre-sale will be not this week coming up, the next Tuesday or Thursday. I'm having weekends. Okay. I mean, I'm having meetings all this weekend with different influencers to lock down what date will be best. So that's just what I'm doing. I've been doing all kinds of meetings and interviews all day, but I'm looking forward to getting out the white paper here.
We're super grateful to have you join us. I know personally, I've been very much looking forward to this day and getting a chance to chat with you. So very much appreciate you joining us on the stream here. And I hope you don't mind that I brought Danny
I don't mind
into
at all.
this stream. Yeah, Danny is awesome, and he and I have been doing quite a few live streams together. And so I thought it would add a whole lot to the conversation. Danny's
your show's been great. Your channel's been great. You know, I remember when you first started and you wanted to try to kind of grow your team and stuff, and you made your first couple of videos. I could tell right away you were doing super in-depth videos that were going into the documentation and, you know, how everything works a lot deeper than what other people were doing. So I knew right away you were going to be successful at it.
Well, thank you for saying that. Yeah, I'm a scientist, you know, and it's such a fantastic, phenomenal product. There's so many layers to it, you know, layers of the onion to peel back, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, there's so many benefits to Drip Network, and there's so many ways that the design is constructed to be bullish, to, you know, appreciate the price. So there's a lot to go through, and it's like an easy sell, like it sells itself, you know.
So I when I was waiting backstage, I heard you talking about a bridge. So
I hope I didn't misstate it.
No, it's fine. I was building a farm before this farm, like a few months back, when we were looking for partnerships for Drip, and my idea was a cross-chain farm, and I used some of the same tech that AnySwap is using to develop a cross-chain farm for the main EVM compatible chains. You know, Matic, AVAX, Phantom, ETH, BSC, and we had built the bridge specifically for that project. So the contracts were built for that, and then the developer who I was working with ended up getting into a serious accident and getting really hurt and hospitalized.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I made a note to myself. I really wanted to ask you about him and find out how he's doing. Is he doing better?
Yeah, he's doing better. He's, you know, trying to get back into things now, but it was a major ordeal for him, and we had to put that farm idea on the shelf, but we already had the contracts written for the bridge. So I had because you have to use not just Solidity contracts or, you know, EVM compatible contracts for a bridge like that. You need some kind of either script, like a JavaScript contract, or potentially you could do it with some Oracle. Like there's a project Fusion that is using a type of Oracle system to do it. So we have the backend scripts, you know, to do it, and the Solidity contracts to do it. When I first thought about doing introducing a bridge to Drip, it was with the idea that we would use it to go after specific competing projects.
The Vampire Protocol.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
The project that I had in mind, the main project that I had in mind to do that with, ended up having all kinds of issues, and I didn't see them as, we had onboarded most of those people from that project anyways, and then I didn't like having the association with that project anymore, so I didn't want to do that with having a farm specifically targeting that project or any other project, because I really felt like we were separating ourselves from any of the other projects that are doing this kind of ROI thing in the space.
Okay.
And I didn't think it was viable anymore to offer a bonus for people to leave those systems when we had already onboarded so many of those people anyways. And, you know, I didn't want to go out of our way to give out more drip than needs to be given out. You know, I always want to, you know, you don't want to rock the boat too much with having protocols that give out bonuses or anything like that, you know? So I'm not as interested with going after specific projects in that way with the bridge, but I am definitely still interested in just releasing a bridge that is, you know, agnostic about what projects the other tokens are coming from. You know, just go after the core tokens, you know,
the capital
ease.
And am I correct? Because I have to say I've listened to like all of your interviews and some of them more than once, and I do want to say that like you're you're awesome. Like I'm a complete fan, and one of your attributes that is so fantastic is I think you have a ton of integrity, and you express that by really taking care of the Drip Network ecosystem. And that's played itself out in the fact that you've been involved in this project and that project, thinking about bringing it into the ecosystem. But then time and time again, it's been like, oh no, you know, they did something wrong. They did this, they did that. And above all else, you're like protecting the ecosystem, the Drip Network.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's been such a headache trying to deal with other projects as far as partnerships goes.
Well, other devs don't have the honesty and they don't have the integrity that you have. Like you're unique in the space.
It's very rare. Yeah. And
you got the heart from the 80s, mate. Cause I remember you saying that you're listening to 80s music.
Oh yeah.
Get you motivated or inspired or something. That's where it stems from, I reckon.
Well, when I was, before I got into crypto, I ran a company that was essentially dealing with Chinese vendors and U.S. distributors. And the products that we were dealing with were mostly advertised in forums and, you know, not really like mainstream kind of niche product. And it was mostly word of mouth and mostly, you know, there was a lot of trust involved. You needed to build a reputation in communities, not just, you know, hire a bunch of marketers to spam or do whatever. So before I ever got into crypto, I was, you know, building reputations online. And
well, that's the other thing that you bring to the table is, you know, obviously you're a coder, you're a software developer, a blockchain developer, but you also have trading knowledge. You have knowledge of markets and how markets trade, and you have like business expertise, marketing expertise, promotion expertise. Like, you know how to release a new project, for example, the Manor farm. So you just bring so much to the table. And that's why, like, I, for one, I'm a fanboy. And as soon as I had the opportunity to join the DAO, your REAP DAO, I was like, okay, yeah, that's a no-brainer, because not only do I get to invest in the token, which, you know, that's a great token in and of itself, right? How does that work exactly? I've noticed that I hold the token, the REAP token, in my wallet, and over time, it just like accumulates more tokens.
Yeah. So REAP is a token that has a reflective reward system, and it's different from DRIP. With DRIP, the way that rewards are distributed is through a contract, and you can see these the 10%, for example, for the tax or any other transaction, you can see that happening on block explorers because it's happening actually in the transaction. With Reap, it's happening by the Solidity contract, which is using a system called reflective rewards that is just basically tracking how many tokens you hold and how many taxes have been collected since you bought them. And then when your wallet, a MetaMask or whatever it is, calls the get balance function, which is a free function that wallets can call to get the balance for the holder or the trader, it looks at the balance multiplied by whatever equation is used to get the right reward distribution from the taxes. So you're not actually getting tokens sent to your wallet every time someone does a transaction. It's just keeping track in the contract how many taxes were paid. It updates every time someone does a transaction. And when your wallet calls the get balance function, it uses an equation to add the rewards onto what your actual balance is. So it's a way to reward people without having major increases in gas. If we tried to do it, you know, the way that people were doing these kind of rewards before a reflective system was developed, it would have to send out the reward token to everybody that it was owed to on each transaction.
Oh, that would be seriously expensive, right? Especially on the Ethereum network.
You couldn't even do it on ETH.
No way.
But so this is why people use, you know, staking contracts and all these other things were invented. Reflective rewards allowed you to do reward distribution on each transaction without intensive gas costs, because you're just using an equation to update the balance of everybody when someone calls the get balance function. It's not happening, the token distribution isn't happening on each transaction. So this is a way that allows people to be rewarded without having to rely on third-party contracts. And in the case of Reap, it's also deflationary. 1% is burned on every transaction. So this was actually the first project I ever released under my own name. I had worked with a whole lot of other development teams, advising them, doing some you know, development with them, and a lot of the projects that I had an advisory role with, it was just helping them with the game theory of setting up their launch and pre-sale. That was, and helping them raise capital for their pre-sale. That was a lot of the work I did with them.
I'm not sure if you can see the screen share, Forex, but there's a quite bullish looking chart for you.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure you can recognize the token contract, but I posted that in the chat, and somebody asked how many Reap tokens. So let's back up a little bit. So for the new farm coming out, the pre-sale is going to happen in your special private Telegram pre-sale group. What does DAO stand for, by the way?
Decentralized autonomous. No, decentralized. Decentralized autonomous organization.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm learning all kinds of new terms and acronyms, especially with Telegram, right? But so in order to join this exclusive private organization, you simply need to own 300 Reap tokens, and you need to have them in your wallet. And by the way, I posted the contract address. This is on Ethereum, so you do have to buy this token on the Ethereum network, most likely like 1inch or Uniswap, right? Yeah. And there is a, what is it, 2% tax, correct? So you need to buy
tax,
you need to buy more than 300 because you're going to get a little tax.
Exactly. Yeah, so Reap is it's the first project I ever developed. I developed it because I'd been advising projects for a couple of years at that point, and I had a Discord group with however many people, 800 or 1,000 people at that point, and everybody was telling me, you got to make a token, you got to make it, you got to build a project, and because some of these people had been with me in my group for 4 or 5 years at that point.
Were you already a coder at that point?
Yeah, but most of the work I did was building different indicators and bots, indicators for, I did a lot of trading on MT4, and they have a programming language called MLQ4 or MLQ5, depending on if you're on MT4 or MT5. And it's essentially a proprietary language that is very close to C++.
Is that MetaTrader? Is that a trading platform?
Yeah, it's a trading platform that has its
for
own,
Forex.
Yeah, that has its own scripting software as well that allows you to write your own trading bots and indicators. So before that, I'd done some web application security work and some bug bounty work, and I got into that. I got my offensive security certificate from the offensive security school. It's a big, essentially a big like online academy for learning how to do online security and that kind of stuff. And part of doing that work, I had to learn some, some Python, some HTML, some CSS, some, some JavaScript. But
were you a CS major?
No, I went to school for chemistry. I ended up starting a business in my early my freshman sophomore year. It really picked up my sophomore year, and really I put my full focus into developing that business and ended up relaying that into some real estate and trading. But when I had developed this first project, I had only been doing managing some property and trading Bitcoin and Forex majority for the past couple of years. So probably about 3 years at that point when I was developing this REIT project. I had developed a bunch of different trading tools, trading bots, and indicators. Actually, if you go on TradingView and look up Stock Trader 15 at some point, you'll see some of the indicators that I developed for, in the Pine language for TradingView. So that's all the way back in probably like, I don't know, 2014 or something. But anyways, so at that point, a ton of people have been asking me to create a token.
Wow.
So I wanted to create a token that has allowed people to be incentivized to hold and incentivized to essentially keep their own keys and still be able to earn some kind of dividend and have that dividend come from a tax on selling using reflective rewards, where at the time there was only one other project that had done reflective rewards, and that was RFI.
Well, yeah, so that one of the most interesting like key learning moments for me personally, because I'll be quite honest, and don't be mad at me, but when I first invested in Drip, I literally thought it was a Ponzi until you and Richard Hart sort of educated me that it's absolutely not. And the key learning moment was discovering that a crypto can actually be designed to appreciate in value, to appreciate in price. And you're talking about one of those design elements, right? Where holders are rewarded. You're rewarded for holding the token as opposed to selling it.
Yeah, and you're rewarded for not losing your tokens or having them in the control of some exchange, or you know, losing control of your keys to some other contract, or you know. So I felt like the token, not only was it in line with what I saw as my values for something I would want to have as a token, it also was simple enough to build on top of. And at the time, Reflected Rewards had only been done by one other project. So technically, it wasn't seen as simple at the time. It was kind of some groundbreaking stuff as far as Solidity contracts go at the time. But it's elegant, right? The code is
so you pioneered, you were kind of one of the pioneers of that one design element. But then with Drip, you brought so many more design elements into, you know, the overall design. And we can get into that. Like this is we're supposed to focus on the farm, but we could certainly talk for hours and hours about Drip as well. Before I forget, I have been wanting to mention that, you know, we've been talking about the REAP token. We've been talking about how, you know, you can somebody can join the DAO, the REAP DAO, and get access, exclusive access to the let's call it pre-sale, right? Because there's going to be the private pre-sale, and then after that, there's going to be the public pre-sale, and then it'll be, you know, open to everyone. So one of the benefits of joining the REAP DAO, in addition to getting in on the pre-sale, the pre-sale of the farm, is you post trades in that DAO all the time. So anybody who's interested in you know, following your trades and trading, you trade Bitcoin, BNB, Solana. I mean, I've seen you post trades in there all the time. So that's another benefit that, you know, just comes along with it.
Yeah, I don't, there's so much to trading beyond being able to make calls. So I would never want to, you know, run a call group or charge for calls or anything like that, because I just think that there's too much to trading that, you know, even if you make a good call, there's so many different ways to lose money from that trade. And it's not that I don't think there isn't any value to a call group, because there is, but I just think that there's, if I was going to do something like a trading education or something like that, it would be I think it's just way too big of a task to do in some sort of like online Telegram group, or even like an online academy. I think there's so much more to trading than being able to make good calls.
Well, and there's also, and this was another key like aha moment for me in my crypto journey, and especially finding Hex and I found Drip, and the key euphoria or the key learning moment was realizing that hodling is better than trading. Like if you look at Bitcoin, anybody who traded Bitcoin missed out on 64 million X. And so with Drip, it incentivizes hodling, right? And like you kind of don't, like personally, I don't want to promote trading so much, especially when it comes to crypto, because it's so much easier and less stressful and you know, just to hodl. And with Drip, it makes it's to your benefit. You're getting paid to hodl.
Yeah, most people lose money trading, and that's, you know, this is like what I was just getting at. So like I do post my trades in there, and I am someone who's made a living from trading exclusively before I got into development. Some real estate, but my main income was from trading. And I do post a lot of my trades in there, but you know, I don't advertise it as a call group, because I don't want people to go in there thinking that they're going to get a call group. But I do post a lot of my trades in there, and I am a profitable trader. So
It's a time factor too, isn't it? You know, when you're trading, you've really got to put in the time. Whereas with what we do, like with Drip and, you know, on an investor mentality rather than a trader mentality, you can walk away for 2-3 weeks and come back and forget it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Some sort of yield being created from it. So
yeah,
I would agree. And that's what, you know, I'm doing mostly now for the vast majority of my holdings is I hold projects that I think are fundamentally sound, that produce some kind of yield, and that I think will the developers behind them will continue to develop and continue to add elements to their ecosystem. And and I just essentially hold them. If I see, I hold them. I have an app called Zerion, or it's a browser-based thing. And if I see that one of them is way down, I might shave 10% off. And if I mean, I might add 10%. If I see one of them is way up, I might shave 10% off. But I'm holding that core amount, and I have for most of them some sort of target. It's mostly based on overall market cycles, though, not specifically those projects, unless they have some kind of like pre-sale release where they have like unvested tokens being released every 6 months or something like that. Then I might plan, all right, I'm going to get out before these vested tokens get released and the price dumps, and I'll look to add back in after the price dumps. But if there's no nothing like that going on, no fundamental cycles that are independent to that specific project, then yeah, I just look to hold, collect yield on them.
And you're right, Danny. It's a total time drain. And I've done a fair bit of trading in my day, and I still do day trading. But man, you got to sit there in front of the screens. And I just, you know, another thing I have to say about you, Forex, is you've got to be like the hardest working developer in all of crypto, in all of the land, because like you're working 36-hour days and 48-hour days just coding. I picture you with like 8 screens in front of you, and you're watching, you're freaking watching the charts over here, and you got some coding app over there. And like, what is your workstation like? What does it look like?
I have 3 laptops. I have a desktop computer. I have a big, like 60-something-ish TV that's broken into like 4 browsers. I have essentially, you can break up trading view charts into quadrants. So I have it broken into quadrants with Bitcoin, BNB, Sushi, and Ethereum, right? Because those are the 4 tokens that or not tokens, those are the 4 projects that I trade as far as futures go. I have my laptop that I use for development mostly. And I have another laptop that I use for just like internet stuff or whatever. I have my desktop, which is Linux. So I use that a lot for doing some something that needs high levels of security, or I'm doing some more in-depth development work. And that's basically it. It is a whole office designed for development and trading. You know, you can't really work without it.
You're a freaking rock star, man.
Yeah, and you mentioned trading Ethereum and Bitcoin, and you said other projects, and it reminds me of another thing I wanted to say, and something that's unique about Drip Network is I don't think of it as a project, right? I think of it as a product. And that's another thing that I like about you, Forex, specifically, is you don't do anything halfway. When you develop something, you complete it. It's 100% finished out the door before you release it to the public. And that's true for Drip Network. That's true for B-Reap. That's true for Reap. And that's true now for the major, or excuse me, the Manor farm and the animal farm. And that's another unique thing in crypto. There's so many promises being made out there where they're like, oh yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, you know, just invest, and it's got all this stuff, you know, here's the roadmap, and you know, and they fall behind on the roadmap. They never deliver, and they just basically just take your money and run. There's a lot of that in crypto, and so with Drip Network, you're getting a complete product. And so I like to think of calling it as a product instead of a project, you know, because it's done, it's complete.
I believe that we refer to Drip as a product, the Drip Network as a product. I believe we refer to it in the documentation as that. But I do always finish developing a project, at least its core fundamental elements of the project, before it's released, before I even raise capital for it. And that is for the reason that I want to separate myself from others in the space. I see that everybody else will raise money, then use that money they raised, hopefully, to develop something in the next 6 months. What ends up getting developed in the next 6 months is very rarely what the investors gave their money for. You know, it's usually like some, you know, that meme, like when you saw it on Wish when it got here, like that you get the Walmart brand of whatever they said they were going to build. You know, it's essentially what I'm saying. And then if you're lucky, and then they launch it, and hopefully it goes well. Like, who knows at that point? But often it doesn't get to the point of even launching, or there's delays and delays and delays.
Well, and then with Drip Network, it's kind of a hybrid, right? We get this complete functional product, which is phenomenal in and of itself, but yet there's this ongoing project where you're bringing things to the ecosystem, like the farm, you know, the coming NFT game, which we want to talk about that, the Focus Visual partnership that's ongoing, that I think you said recently that it's going to take a long time, and I'm like, yep, that's going to take a long time for that to really play itself out. Oh, and you did an update recently on the voice chat yesterday about the main streamer dude with 5 million followers, and I want to touch on that as well. But you know, you get this amazing completed finished product, but yet there's more stuff coming online, you know, in the future. So there's always like this anticipation and you know, future pumps to look forward to in the price.
Yeah, well, you have to be able to continue to develop and continue to bring things to, you know, create excitement in the community and bring more people into the community.
What did you think about? What did you think about how, like, because you were gone, you were working your ass off, developing like nonstop, 100%, and during your absence, like, the price was coming down. What did you think? Did that surprise you, or was that like par for the course?
Didn't surprise me, because the whole market was crashing pretty bad for the vast majority of it. So, you know, I was just when I initially, when I started going like hard developing on the farm, I had just done like 3 interviews that week, right? On YouTube. One of them was with Sam Tripoli, who's a big comedian. Like, so I had just done a ton of interviews that week. And then I talked to one of my partners who helped me develop, and I was like, let's get a farm built. We'll take something that looks like it's, you know, going to be like whatever is the farm right now that seems to be working the best.
Right.
We'll just fork it. Spend, you know, however long, a weekend, however long it took to just fork it, put up a front end. I would go to, you know, one of my admins or someone I know that's a good promoter, that's good at running a community, and say, launch this project and manage it, and then we'll have a drip partnership with it. That way I know something's developed right, it's managed under good, you know, good management, and then you know, we can have a drip partnership, and then we can use that as an incentive for adding liquidity to PancakeSwap for drip.
Yeah, you said it was going to be like a weekend project, and it turned into what, like 2.5 months?
Because we decided we were initially just going to take and fork a farm. I can never just do that though. Like whenever I go to build a project, I'm always thinking, how can I make this the best possible? And even something doing a weekend project like that, I started thinking of all the cool things we could do to make it more sustainable, make the price performance better.
Yeah,
to
it's just it's another example of your integrity. You know, like you weren't going to be, you knew you weren't going to be satisfied with a copycat fork of the latest and most popular farm. All right, that wasn't going to be enough for Drip Network. That's what I'm talking about. That's precisely why the Drip Network ecosystem is what it is and is going to be what it's going to be, which I think is just absolutely huge. I think this is going to be a household name.
Yeah, and I could also have done what a lot of people do as well and raise capital for it and start, acting like the product is finished before it's finished, and then be scrambling in the background trying to get some development done and have delays after the capital has already been raised. I wanted to make sure that it was completely built. Then we raise capital for it, and then immediately after we raise capital for it, it's live and people are using it. So there's no wait there. People, because there is a time value for money, and people having their capital locked up for 6 months, even if the project does a good return, that return is competing against all of the other things you could have done with that capital. So I just don't like, and it's a security risk to be sitting on a ton of other people's capital, even though there's ways to handle it that we handle it, but still you want to limit those things as much as possible. So we started building it, and we should actually probably go through the white paper now, because now
Kelly would like that. I'm sure everybody would like that, but it's just so interesting to talk with you. Like I said, we could talk for hours.
What we could do is you could probably break this up into different sections, so that way like we could do a section here where we're talking about the white paper, and you could just publish this as a separate video in the future, right? Break this into parts.
Yes, sir.
It'd be easier to share that way too, probably.
And I also timestamps. Yeah, timestamps are really helpful when somebody logs onto YouTube and they see a 2.5 hour video or whatever this ends up being, right? At the very least, I need to have timestamps, and honestly, I have to figure out how I can just break up some of my YouTube videos into little chunks, because it'll be more palatable, more consumable for certain little pieces to be separate videos.
Before I forget though, Reap is the first project I ever built. It's almost 2 years old, or it's about 2 years old now. And it did 870x, and it is right now about halfway to all-time high. And so the project's like almost 2 years old, and it's still performing like anything, right? And if you look at other projects in the space that built one of these reflective reward tokens, they're all just dead in the water, right? Like they're like, there's no volume, they're gone. 99% of them.
There again, another part of your integrity is that when you move from, you don't move, you have your projects that exist, and when you go to develop something new, you tie it into the previous projects or products. And you can
see that because right now we're preparing to launch something, and all of the tokens are pumping, not just one of them or the new one.
I haven't looked at the B Reap, but I believe it's probably doing something similar. By the way, this chart pattern, I kind of feel like maybe well, you can't really talk. You don't want to talk about like drip price predictions, but I don't think you do. But I think that drip is going to be kind of volatile like this as well. Do you want to speak on that, or do you think it's just going to like pump constantly and just make new all-time highs over and over again, or do you think it's going to be more of like in a range?
Well, I think that we have a real good shot here of breaking all-time highs again, and I don't know what the next all-time highs will be on this run. I think that as we add to Drip, and as teams grow and people that got in super early, there is a limit to how much you can make with Drip, as far as like max payouts and stuff like that. So Drip isn't a system where it's going to snowball and snowball and snowball to like a couple years from now. Now it's out of control and it can't keep up because the people who were initially at the beginning are now, have compounded to the point where the supply has gone out of control.
Can I ask you a question on that? Because you mentioned max payout, and that was something that Stunna Breezy actually ran into a few weeks ago, where he hit the 100K Drip maximum max payout, and from that point forward, the max payout number would not go any higher. And so it's 100K is 10% of the 1 million token supply at this point, correct? But is that number 100,000? Is that hard coded as a number, or does it depend on the current supply of Drip tokens in existence? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so it is currently based on the hard token amount, not a percentage. But just like how we were able to reduce the minimum deposit amount using a proxy contract to be able to do that.
Okay.
It is possible that if there was a situation where the supply got to a point where we would need to adjust something like that, it would be possible to do through a proxy contract. It would be a deal. It wouldn't be something that we would just flippantly do, but similar to how we didn't just flippantly reduce the minimum deposit. That was something that we war gamed for a week before we decided to do it. And of course,
you war gamed it.
Yeah, you have to, because we're all right. So we're not just we didn't. It's not just changing a number from 10 to 1 on a contract. We had to migrate everybody's data from the old contract to a new one. So that was a ton of transactions. It cost money to do that. And it was, and we had always the backup of it's a copy of the old one with one parameter change. And if the new one really went out of, had an issue, we would realize that before it went live, and we would just default to the old one. So we had backups and backups and backups, but it was, it wasn't something that we would do just because we want to just change something because we're not happy with it or something.
I see.
It's a major deal to do something like that, but it's possible to do if we get put in a corner where we need to. But the price of Drip is lower than when we started, and there's people. It's bigger than ever, and the total supply is actually been reducing. As the price goes up, the total supply.
Yeah, I have a tab ready for that. So this is let me just refresh it to get the latest data. This is the Drip token, and this is the holders tab that shows you, which addresses are holding what tokens. And this here is of course, the Drip vault. And as we've been streaming for the last hour, this has actually gone up. I don't know if you guys saw that number, but it was 804,000. So that means that another 5,000 tokens just in the last hour has been staked in the faucet.
Yep.
That's phenomenal. But yeah, so
removed from circulation.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
And that's something I actually wanted to clarify with you. There's so many questions that I've wanted to ask you for such a long time. But one of them is actually pretty simple, which is calculating market cap. And it's a bit different with a token like Drip versus, you know, something like Bitcoin, because we have this staking contract, which, like you said, removes tokens from supply. These tokens here in the Drip vault are in the vault. They can't be sold. You know, you can't sell these on the market. You can't sell them on the DEX. So
yeah,
this number is not supposed to be included in the market cap. Is that correct?
It's the same reason why CoinMarketCap doesn't have Hex on the front page, but they are the third biggest market cap project, or second maybe biggest market cap project they are right now. It's because you could calculate diluted market cap or market cap. Diluted market cap includes tokens that were minted at some point but are not in circulation. The market cap is price times tokens in circulation. So, and people, you'll go back and forth for what you want to use based on how you want to promote it, right? If you want to sound big, you use the diluted market cap. If you want to sound small, you use the market cap. And this is, you know, we see clever marketers like Richard Hart doing this. When he wants to sound big, he talks about how they have the third largest market cap in crypto. But when he wants to sound like they have so much more room to grow, he talks about how they've barely seen any adoption. And, you know, it's just you use the numbers to benefit you, but that's how you would calculate it. Yeah.
So if I look at this, there's 1 million tokens at this point. There's 1 million tokens in existence, right? And so, and then if I subtract out the number of tokens that are actually staked and locked in the Drip vault, that only gives us 190,000 tokens in circulating supply, right? A lot of those are in the DEX. They're in the automated market maker, correct?
Yeah.
And some of them are on Pancake Swap in the form of Drip BUSD and also Drip. What is this? Drip 16. What the heck is that? Is that just Drip BNB?
I can't read it. Let me see. Let me try to.
Oh, I should probably here. Let me go to like full screen mode. That'll probably be better.
Yeah.
I think it's. I guess I could just click on it. But anyway, so 190,000 tokens roughly, right? And let's see. Just see what this is. Yeah, this is people swapping BNB, I think, for Drip. Anyway, 190,000 tokens in circulating supply. 190,000 tokens that are not locked away in the Drip vault. So if you look at it that way, and our price is currently, I believe, about $15. Did I lose you guys? It seems quieter.
No, no, I'm here.
No, we're here.
So, oh, okay. I must have been doing. I messed that up before because I was. No, 15 million. So if we have 1 million tokens and the price is 15, then that's 15.5 million market cap. So you could say our market cap is 15.5 million, but you could also say our market cap is less than 3 million.
It's a matter of diluted market cap versus market cap. And yeah, if you want to be clever about how you market, you use whichever one suits you the best.
The way I think of it is, the way I think of it is in terms of like buy pressure and sell pressure, right? So if somebody came to our market with $3 million, right, that would absolutely explode the price because the whole value of the entire circulating supply is 3 million.
Yeah. So those tokens that are not in the circulating supply, they're having no current impact on the price. So when someone adds BUSD or BNB or whatever, it's not in relation to those tokens. It's that amount in relation to the amount of tokens in the DEX. That's how you get the price, the current price.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you can. We can look at the DEX too, and I've done this on stream in the past. This is if I just go to this now internet or dude, have you ever noticed that the BSC scan just kind of sucks sometimes?
Yeah, but it's better than a lot of the block explorers. It's better than anything that Phantom or AVAX or Solana have.
Yeah, a lot of chains don't even have a legit explorer, right?
I mean, it's just they suck. They pretty much all have one, but they're really bad.
So this is our DEX, right? So there's 3450 BNB in there, and then there's a whole bunch of garbage coins in here. Oh
well, people send tokens to you on BSC.
Yes.
So
yeah,
you know,
we've talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah, those
dusting attack.
Yeah, so these are mostly probably just dusting attack tokens because liquidity. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
because this contract isn't being used to buy anything.
Right, and you can see the numbers on that as well. It was what 3450 BNB, and here it is, 3451 BNB and 95,000 drip in that AMM, right? And that's a constant product AMM, correct?
Yeah, exactly. It's very similar to what Uniswap had, but we do some, additional security measures to ensure against things like specific attacks that, such as flash flood attacks, stuff like this. Because of our tax system, it's not going to be profitable to do those kinds of attacks, but you still need to implement some things to your AMM just to ensure. And for the reason you do that is so in the future, if you decide to build a contract or build some kind of mechanism that is excluded from the tax, so that contract can't be exploited to do something like a flash flood attack or something like that. So we're essentially it's essentially a fork or a clone of Uniswap or PancakeSwap with a little bit of custom code there.
Right, to custom code to implement the 10% tax on sells, for instance, right?
Yeah, and not on buys, right? So we had to essentially, if we were to try to whitelist a PancakeSwap contract, it would we needed to have more control of the DEX contract itself to be able to implement everything that we added to the reservoir, such as the 1% fee, that 1% liquidity provider fee that's given to the people in the reservoir. There's also the time-weighted reward system, which essentially is the only system that gives time-weighted rewards for liquidity providers. All of these mechanisms, and like you said, including the tax on selling and no tax on buying, all of these things, we needed to have our own DEX contracts in order to implement this stuff.
Absolutely. This is how you implemented the design features that make Drip a fantastic product and Faucet a fantastic product, right? You had to design in these features and write all your own custom code, essentially.
Yeah. And Diana was asking what's the difference between the Drip LPs that they get on the from the Liberator and the Drip token. I believe that's her question. The token itself is the asset. It is the ERC20 token Drip that has the 10% tax on transactions and that you can use to stake in the Faucet contract. The LP token is a token that you get when you add drip tokens and BNB or BUSD or some other token on PancakeSwap in their liquidity pools. So in this case, with the Liberation contract, it's for BUSD because we want to incentivize people to add BUSD liquidity to PancakeSwap. So the drip Liberation contract allows people to take their BUSD, send it to the contract. The contract then adds liquidity to PancakeSwap for them, and then sends them back the drip BUSD liquidity pool token without any of the transaction taxes that you would need to pay if you were trying to do that manually.
Now, at the risk of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, I wanted to see if I understand this correctly, because we were actually chatting about this in Telegram this morning before we started. So first of all, with Reservoir, this is all about drip/BNB liquidity. And it's sort of like it is one-stop shopping in the sense that you just deposit BNB and the Reservoir smart contract takes care of the rest. It literally takes half of the, well, it pays out, you know, it does the 10% tax thing and distributes that in the ways that it does. And then it takes the half of the remainder, uses that BNB to buy drip on the swap, on the DEX, right? And then that's your LP token. It uses that portion of BNB and portion of drip, combines them together, melds them together basically into the drop LP token, and that's how, you know, it represents your share of the liquidity pool. Do I understand that correctly? That's
correct. We use something similar to have the drip Liberation contract.
Exactly. Like one-stop shopping, right? You just deposit BUSD and the contract takes care of the rest, right? So this is like Reservoir 2.0.
Yeah, we always want to make it easy on people. We know if you make people do 2 or 3 steps, they're way less likely to do it. You know, compared to if they just have to put the amount of BNB that they want in liquidity, hit what button, confirm it, and now they have the LP tokens. That's you know, you're going to get way more people using the contract if you make it easy for them. So not only that, since we're doing it through this contract, we can whitelist the contract to make it so there's no tax on the transaction. Because if you didn't use the contract, you would need to take your drip and send it to the PancakeSwap to make the LP token. When you
incurring a 10% transfer tax.
Right? Yeah. So this case, you're sending BUSD, and it then does the pairing for you. Now, so people were saying, like, what if I have drip and I want to pair my drip with BUSD? Like, how can I get around the tax that way? And it's just not possible to develop something like that because you can only whitelist the sender. So in our case, here with the drip Liberation, we whitelisted the sender, which is the drip Liberation contract. So you send BUSD to the drip Liberation contract. The drip Liberation contract then takes that BUSD and now is whitelisted. So it buys the drip, and now when it sends the drip to PancakeSwap to make the LP tokens, there's no tax on it. Then it gives you the LP tokens.
Yeah. So let me just, if I may, I just kind of want to rephrase all of that because it bears repeating. I want to make sure that I completely understand the concept, and I want to repeat it for our viewers, right? So if I just wanted to provide liquidity on PancakeSwap, I would need to send 2 tokens to PancakeSwap. I would send BUSD to PancakeSwap from my wallet to PancakeSwap. I would also send drip tokens from my wallet to PancakeSwap. And when I did that second transaction, when I transferred drip, there's a 10% tax on that. So I would end up sending only 90% of those drip tokens to actually land at PancakeSwap, right? And this is the behind the scenes, let's say under the hood. This contract has special permissions within the drip token smart contract, right? So that this drip liberation smart contract is permitted to send drip tokens to PancakeSwap tax-free.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saving that 10% tax on your capital with whatever you would want, whatever liquidity you'd be wanting to try to provide to PancakeSwap. And so the liquidity goes to PancakeSwap through this smart contract. It's still going to PancakeSwap. You're just not having to pay that 10% tax on sending the drip from your wallet to PancakeSwap. Do I have it correct?
Yeah, and it will send you the LP tokens. So you still have control of the LP tokens. It's not staking the LP tokens or doing anything like that. It sends you.
So you'll still
LP
have
tokens.
the LP tokens in your wallet at the end of the transaction?
Yeah, that's you send it BUSD and it sends you drip BUSD PancakeSwap LP tokens with no tax.
And so if I stake BNB in a reservoir, as you can see here, I earn a little bit of BNB like every day, and I could claim that and just pull BNB directly, directly into my wallet, no tax. Is it going to be like that for drip liberation? Is it going to is BUSD just going to be claimable?
It's no. So you would use these LP tokens to then go into the farm or the drip mining contract. So so we wanted to break down the barriers for people to be able to use drip for farming and for additional games and contracts. To do that, we needed to figure out a way for specialized contracts to be able to do things like add liquidity, but give people that LP token so now they can use it for whatever they want, because now they can send the LP token without any tax.
So step one is I go here and deposit whatever BUSD I want to liquidity farm with.
Yep.
And when that transaction is complete, I have LP tokens in my wallet. So then I come over here and deposit those LP tokens into this, correct?
Yeah, and there is either a 10 or 15x multiplier on the drip BUSD farm. I would have to look at the contract to see, but all that will be on the website.
Is there a deposit fee?
No, there's no deposit fee on drip either. So
oh my
drip
God,
is getting treated like a core token on this farm. So when you have a core or a native pool, there'll traditionally be no tax on it and a high multiplier. And we're treating drip like a one of the core farms.
So if somebody already has drip BUSD LP tokens from the B farm or from whenever they did before, they can just deposit those straight into here, correct?
Yeah, that's why I was telling people when the B thing went down to just remove your LP tokens, but you might not want to
don't split them up,
because if you remove liquidity, you're gonna end up paying the tax, and then there might be something coming in the near future where you could have just used those LP tokens. So
now, if somebody deposits LP tokens on PancakeSwap, for instance, they would earn cake. And in this case, if you deposit LP tokens here, you're going to earn rev, at least for the L1, correct?
It's a little bit different. So if you deposit LP tokens, I mean, if you take one token and deposit it with another token, pair them together to make a liquidity pool, now you get a liquidity pool token. You're earning a fee of each transaction paid out in those tokens. So basically, the fee is just giving you a little bit greater of a share of the whatever the token is that was just traded for. Whether it would be, in this case, drip for BUSD or BUSD for drip. You're just getting a small fee on that paid out in those tokens that are being traded. If you then take the LP token that you get for that, you can then stake it on PancakeSwap to get some sort of APY, which is typically pretty small but very low risk. The APY is typically very small, but it's very low risk. So if you get into any of these LP tokens and get into the farm here, you'll still be getting your share of the liquidity pool fees because you have the token that represents your share of the liquidity pool. And that's how they determine who gets what for rewards. Now you take this LP token, you stake them in our farm. Our farm then rewards you for doing that. And in the back end, our farm is then taking that capital that has been deposited into all of the farming contracts and puts it in the low risk PancakeSwap farms in order to earn a small but very low risk yield. And that additional yield that's being made on the back end is going to be used to support the price of the farm token, you know, in the form of buybacks at market. So
I'm confused because if I have a drip BUSD LP token, it means that I deposited some drip and some BUSD on PancakeSwap, right? So that liquidity physically is on PancakeSwap. Now, like, how if I deposit those LP tokens, like, aren't those LP tokens kind of worthless? Aren't they just like a placeholder for the liquidity that I have on PancakeSwap?
They're not worthless because they represent your share of capital on PancakeSwap, and PancakeSwap is willing to reward you for staking those LP tokens because it's going to incentivize you to leave that liquidity on their platform for longer. And they're collecting fees as well when people swap. So it's not a system where you're just staking something that's worthless and rewarding it. It's some sort of circular logic thing here. There is additional capital being brought into the system through the traders. And PancakeSwap is some of those rewards are paid directly to liquidity pool providers. Some of those rewards are being paid to PancakeSwap, and then PancakeSwap is taking some portion of those rewards plus what they think it's worth to them for promotional reasons, and also rewarding people for staking those LP tokens, which has the game theory and ensures that those people will stay in the liquidity pool for longer, more people will trade, they'll be able to collect more fees.
Let me back this up and see if I understand this, because this is I believe I'm having another aha moment. So taking it back to step one, I deposit some drip and I deposit some BUSD into PancakeSwap, and in return I get an LP token. Now at that point, I just have an LP token in my wallet and I haven't staked it. So I'm not really earning anything at that point.
No, you're earning a percentage of the liquidity provider fees, right?
Okay, so I'm earning that, but it's not those earnings are not being transferred to my wallet or building up somewhere where I can claim them. I won't realize those earnings until I withdraw that liquidity from PancakeSwap.
Yeah,
is that right?
And they're relatively small too. It's like, you know, it's relatively small.
I'll get like a little bit more drip and a little bit more BUSD depending on how the trading happens and the volume of it, correct?
Yeah.
So then going the next step, I now have these LP tokens in my wallet. If I then stake those LP tokens, whether here or on PancakeSwap, I'm saying I'm not going to be pulling this liquidity in the near future. By staking it, I'm sort of making a commitment to leave that liquidity on the PancakeSwap platform. For doing that, for making that commitment, PancakeSwap is then rewarding me to do that.
It's rewarding you from some of the capital it takes in fees from trading. It's rewarding you in some of the market cap in the cake token that has, and the cake token is essentially just an investment in PancakeSwap. That's how I would look at it. So, and PancakeSwap's using a portion of that capital that's either raised through fees or through raising capital in their cake token to reward people for making that commitment to provide liquidity on their platform.
To provide liquidity and keep it there.
Yeah, well, that's the point of the staking contract, is to keep the capital there for as long as possible once it's there.
Yeah,
and they're rewarding people essentially in paying them out in shares, essentially, of the company. If you want to look at it like that, if you want to look at PancakeSwap as a company, the cake token as shares, people providing liquidity to the to PancakeSwap are providing like a contractor type utility work, or contractor utility to them, and PancakeSwap is paying them out in shares, right, which are worth a very small amount of the market cap of the overall project.
So then with this farm, with the Manor farm, and I assume it's going to be the same way for level 2 for the animal farm, instead of staking those valuable LP tokens on PancakeSwap, we're staking the LP tokens here. And this farm is rewarding us then with Rev tokens, and then under, maybe I shouldn't go that far yet. Is that I have it correct so far? We stake the LP tokens here, we earn Rev.
You earn Rev, but also we're taking those LP tokens that you staked in our contract, and we're also using a backend contract to stake them in PancakeSwap. And then we're using that yield from the low risk, relatively low yield staking contract on PancakeSwap to support the price of Rev. So that capital, you're getting the same capital as if you put the LP tokens on PancakeSwap and stake them on PancakeSwap. You're still getting access to that yield as if you stake them on PancakeSwap, because we're staking them for you on the back end, and we're putting that capital, that yield that's being made from PancakeSwap as an additional stream of capital, additional capital flow into the Rev token, and for marketing for the farm as a whole.
Let me repeat that just to make sure, again, that I understand it correctly, and just for the benefit of our viewers, that you know, that we understand all of this exactly. So I have my LP tokens, which we've covered how I came to possess those LP tokens, right? And instead of staking my LP tokens directly on PancakeSwap and earning a reward, I stake those LP tokens here on the Manor farm. Now, behind the scenes, once I do that, once I hand you or hand the Manor my LP tokens, the Manor then behind the scenes takes those LP tokens and stakes them on PancakeSwap, right, to earn a yield over there. So that's what you mean by rehypothecation, then? Is that right?
And it's doing this. You're not giving it to me. This is being handled by smart contracts. It's happening automatically. You can see it on chain. When you deposit it into this contract, you'll see that the contract immediately deposits those LP tokens in PancakeSwap. When someone makes a claim from the farm, you'll see the contract is making a claim from PancakeSwap and then paying out the reward in paying out the LP token that was staked with the Rev rewards.
So it's interesting that, like, that there would be, how is there more value to deposit the LP tokens here versus going directly to PancakeSwap?
Because of the functionality that we're adding through our layer 1 and layer 2 farm, and the speculative interest that that there'll be a capital flow into this farm, which is starting at a relatively small amount, so like 600,000 in liquidity, right? So there's that speculative investment there that this is a project that has functionality to it that isn't being handled by any other farm, that is designed to make it more sustainable and pay out the rewards which are being generated in a more efficient manner that should allow for greater price appreciation. That additional value that's being added there is what you can have a piece of through buying the Rev token. It's essentially whenever you're buying a token, it's like buying a share of the ownership of a product, like that's or a project, or a product. So if you are buying the Rev token, you're essentially making an investment that more capital will come in after you, because the functionality of the farm is managing rewards in a more efficient way that allows for greater price appreciation. And we should go over the white paper to explain what all of those different functionalities are. Right?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's where we should go now.
I will bring it up. Now, the white paper, to an extent, oh, it's available here. Why don't I just bring it up here, eh?
Yeah.
Because I think the PDF that I have, I believe, is like version 1. And I think it's been edited and updated a little bit in the last 24 to 48 hours. Okay, so I love I love this theme. Can you talk about, like,
Brandon removed Kelly's comment there now?
Oh,
so
yeah.
You can see the whole screen.
Thanks, Danny.
No worries.
Do you want to answer Kelly's question real quick? I think she was asking if the maximum max payout would be increased or would it be reduced if the supply grew past 1 million tokens.
No, I have no interest in increasing the max supply. I don't think that will happen. I don't if the so essentially what the max supply does, it's not preventing you from creating other wallets. So I know, like, you know, Stunner Breezy and all these guys, they've created new wallets. What it does is it stops you from building up a huge team and then getting exponential, compound interest on everybody else that's below you when it's your turn in line to get that reward, and then being able to compound those rewards that you're getting from referrals.
That makes so much sense, because, like, even if your max payout, let's go here, even if your max payout ends up reaching that 100K, your deposit balance will continue to grow at that point if you have a team, right? Because you continue to receive the referral rewards and the round robin rewards because your team is still active. Just because you reached MMP, we call it MMP, Forex, maximum max payout, 100K. If just because you reached it doesn't mean all of those people are gonna, you know, stop hydrating.
Well, your deposits will continue to go up,
right?
But once you hit your max payout, what's the complete amount that you've claimed is the same as your max payout. Once those match up, you cannot withdraw anymore, and this prevents people from essentially being able to take all of the rewards under them and compounding them. You can continue just by creating a new wallet, but you're not going to essentially...
you have to start from square one. With a new wallet, you have zero team.
Yeah, you have zero team, so you're... You know, you could still, obviously, if you were able to grow that first team, grow out, continue to grow out this new team, but it just keeps the system from snowballing away.
Yes, that makes total sense. But specifically, I think Kelly's question related to, and we could talk about this real quick if you don't mind. So this is the drip vault, and whenever somebody claims drip out of faucet, this is where the tokens actually come from, correct? And then the faucet smart contract is designed so that if this drip vault balance ever goes to 0 and somebody does another claim at that point, then where do the tokens come from? Well, that's the point at which new tokens would be minted by the faucet smart contract to pay that claim.
What I'm saying is, I don't see a future, at least a near future in the next couple of years, where that's an issue. You know, I see the tax pool just continuing to grow and the supply going down. I have no plans at all to change the max supply, and it would be a major deal to change the max supply. If it ever got to a point where the project was no longer functional and it needed that, then I would do whatever it took to keep the project functional. But it's not something I see. Well,
it doesn't. I mean,
going to do. And as far as reducing it, no, I don't see any reason why I would need to reduce it either.
Well, right, but so first of all, like the smart contract is clearly, the product is clearly working extremely well, right? We have more than 80% of the tokens in existence are staked. So that tells you that this product is being used as designed and it's functioning perfectly. So we have every reason to expect it to continue to function perfectly, in that, like, this drip vault will continue to stay above 0, right? Because, you know, when somebody claims, they take coins out of the vault, but the next person that buys some tokens and deposits those, it goes right back in there, right? So theoretically, this will just kind of like stagnate. Maybe it'll always stay between whatever, 750,000 up to 850,000 or whatever the peak was on this. But Kelly's question was,
when someone withdraws and sells, they're also being taxed. So that, you know, it's, even if it was to go down to 0 when that person withdrew, they're adding more back in. And so it's not just if people buy and stake. It's the majority of the taxes that are going in are going to be from withdrawing and selling, and probably compounding, but withdrawing and selling, just because those are 2 additional actions that are getting both taxed fully, whereas buying, you're not getting taxed buying.
Right. So, but Kelly's question was, like, the maximum, the MMP, maximum max payout currently is 100K, which happens to be 10% of this supply. So theoretically, and I know you did battle testing, and I was curious to ask you exactly how that played out. But I know that due to, you know, your testing and your simulations and whatnot, that it was very low likelihood that this could go to 0. But it is possible, at which point Faucet would mint new tokens, at which point there would be more than 1 million drip tokens in existence. So hypothetically speaking, if that day were ever to come and we suddenly have more than 1 million drip tokens in existence, would the MMP number adjust, or is it hard-coded as 100K?
No, I already answered this. So the first of all,
that was the question that Kelly was asking, actually. It was about the max payout. It wasn't so much about the max number of tokens. The max payout. The max
payout is the max amount of tokens it can pay out.
Okay. So it's hard coded 100K, not going to change.
It's hard coded 100K, but like I said,
through proxy.
Wait, Danny, wait.
Even if it went over, even if the supply went over 1 million, this is only the max payout. It's only controlling essentially your team referrals, how much you can make and how much you can compound of your team referrals. So even if it did go significantly over 1 million, that it still shouldn't be like it still wouldn't make the project non-functional, right? If it got to a point where the project actually was non-functional, you know, however many years from now, which I don't expect happening, then there is the possibility to use a proxy contract to adjust that. I don't see any reason why that will need to be done. I don't want to do it. Like, I have no plans to do it.
Understood.
Reducing it doesn't make any sense, I don't think. And increasing it, I mean, there's no benefit to me as the developer or the person who created this to change that. Like, there's the only incentive would be to change that if the project became non-functional due to it. And of course, I would do whatever it took to keep the project functional. Yeah. But there's no incentive in changing it other than for that reason.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm satisfied by that answer. I appreciate your patience with us, Forex. Let's move on. Let's go through the white paper. What do you say?
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, the as far as the animal farm theming, I love Orwell. I think this is a great book. And when we were coming up with the concept of the farm, we were thinking we want a farm that allows for decentralized ownership, where the fees of the farm are being shared with the people who are contributing and are a part of the community and have capital in the farm, to create an incentive where the project can continue to grow and live on, independent of what the developers are doing. And I did that because I saw that so many of the farms in the space were essentially short-term cash grabs. And by making this step of showing that our farm is going to take what would be that cash grab and sharing it with the community through a governance protocol that allows for decentralized ownership. So it's essentially, one of the ways how we're separating ourselves from the cash grab by taking those funds that would be traditionally 100% collected by the developers and distributing them through the governance protocol to the decentralized owners of the farm. So
yeah, so that's one of the things that Danny and I were discussing before you joined us, is that he and I both kind of have the same, let's say, aversion or distaste for the typical yield farms, because neither one of us wants to take the time to sit there and babysit our position in the farm when, you got to like basically watch it for 48 hours straight, right? Because you never know when it's going to die.
A lot of them, yeah.
And so this farm is going to be different then.
Yeah, of course. So this is why when I first thought about doing a farm, I was a little bit turned off to doing a farm, but I wanted there to be a farm for drip. So I started working on it and came up with something that I believe is designed to outperform and be more sustainable than all the other farms out there. And that got me excited about building the project and actually presenting something that I'm excited about. So the reason why I did this animal farm theme is because anybody who has read Animal Farm knows that early on in the novel, the animals in the farm, they don't like the way that the owner of the farm is treating them and, abusing them and not handling them properly. So they essentially rise up and take ownership of the farm. And when they take ownership of their own farm, their production goes way up. They start they start working for themselves, and everything, just production, everything turns up another notch, because now they have pride in what is theirs. They have a sense of ownership. Now, of course, later on in the book, there becomes a power distribution between the pigs and the dogs. And this is how we got the at layer 2, which is after the revolution, the dogs and pigs theme. But that's how we ended up on the animal farm and the manor farm theme. The reason why L1 is manor farm and L2 is the animal farm is because in the novel Animal Farm, it's the manor farm when the human owns it, and then they take it over and it becomes the animal farm.
It's so fantastic. I just love this theme. This is my favorite part right here. This poster with the claws rising up.
Yeah, my buddy drew that.
That is awesome. So let's talk about layer 1 then, I guess. This is the first part of it, the pre-sale.
Yeah. So layer 1, well, the pre-sale before layer 1, we were talking about before, that is taking place on the website and in the DAO group. Both the DAO group and the public pre-sale on the website will have a whitelisting. The whitelisting essentially will just you will need to join the Telegram group and potentially make one additional social media post, or potentially, like we did with Drip, we'll give out a password in DM or right before the pre-sale happens, so bots don't have time to set up to do a sort of attack on the pre-sale. And we'll have this whitelisting. So essentially, you just need to join the Telegram group, and then the rest we'll handle from there. And
the Telegram group for the Manor Farm?
Yeah, for the DAO, for the private pre-sale.
Oh, for the DAO. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So we're raising $1.5 million. $1 million of that is in the private pre-sale. $500,000 of that is in the public pre-sale. All of the funds we raise in the public pre-sale will be used as rewards in L1. L1 has a single staking asset contract that allows you to earn BUSD. So $500,000 of the BUSD raised in pre-sale will go right into a vault, and it will be paid out about $35,000 a day for 2 weeks. 2 people who are staking the Rev token in the single asset pool. So
I just want to go back to, I want to be able to switch back and forth between the white paper and the actual farm.
Okay.
The single, when you said the single asset staking, you're talking about these, right?
Yeah, right there, exactly.
And so all of these single asset staking things are going to pay out in BUSD?
No, so these are pools. All right, so the general vernacular is, if it's a single asset staking protocol, it's a pool. And if it's a liquidity token staking contract, then it's a farm. So
okay,
these are single asset pools, and they pay out in Rev tokens, except for Rev single asset staking.
Right,
Rev
here.
token is the reward token for the farm, and you can stake that in the single asset pools to earn BUSD. And this was important to do because we want to add as many incentives as possible for people to hold and buy the farm reward token to give it its ability to pay out rewards sustainably, right? So we want people to be able to capture some profit without having to sell the Rev token. And we did that by creating this BUSD rewards. So you could be farming the Rev token. As you earn Rev token, put it in the single asset pool, and now be collecting BUSD. And this is a way to lock in profit without needing to actually sell the Rev token on the market.
I see. So we can start farming our Drip BUSD LP tokens, for instance, and we start earning Rev. And then like every so often, we just grab that Rev and pop it over to here.
Yeah, and that you put the rev in there, and that allows you to accumulate more rev while securing profit because you're not needing to dump your rev. And of course, if people are doing that, the price of rev is going up because people aren't selling it.
Now, people can buy rev in the pre-sale, and they can also buy rev in the pre-sale. Once those two pre-sales are completed, do they still buy rev like right here on this site, or do they have to go to PancakeSwap or what?
PancakeSwap. So if you want to go back to the white paper, I can show you that you can see here pre-sale fund allocation, 10%. Oh no, just go back to where you just were. 10% for development. So essentially 10% of the funds raised in pre-sale I'm using to pay the developers that work with me and just, you know, pay for the cost of building all of this.
Definitely.
20% is going into a wallet that will be used for marketing. And we already have like a rug docs review. The marketing is going to pay for our Paladin audit because I consider that a marketing cost. We're going to have banner ads on a few specific sites that you know, I'll be naming as we get closer to when we're going to be doing that. And we also have buybacks, which are going to be a part of marketing, but I actually separate them when we go down later. And then we have our comment just popped up over there. But
I'm sorry. I'll do this.
All right, 30% for rewards. So that's the 5. I know what these all are. I just wanted to read them in order. Well, in order that it's showing up on the screen.
Of course.
So 30% for the rewards. So this is the 500,000 BUSD that's raised in public presale. That's the rewards that are BUSD paid out in the Rev token single asset pool. And then 40% is for liquidity. So that means that 40% of the 1.5 million that were raised of that BUSD is going to be paired with the Rev tokens, and we're going to take those Rev tokens and add liquidity to PancakeSwap. We're going to add enough Rev tokens so the price on PancakeSwap is 20% higher than what people paid for it in the private presale and 10% higher than what people pay for it in the public presale. So you know if you're getting it in the public or the private presale, you're getting it at the best possible exchange rate before and at listing.
I see. So you're going to plant that liquidity on PancakeSwap in a ratio that leads to a higher price on PancakeSwap, 10% higher than what the public presale paid and 20% higher than what the private presale paid, just based on that ratio that you deposit that liquidity on PancakeSwap?
Yeah, and we do that by once we have raised the capital, we are having essentially, all right, so the way we're allowing people to contribute capital to this is through a contract on the front end that allows you to send in BUSD, and it gives you pre-rev tokens. So you should be able to see that if you go to pre-sale.
Yep.
See this? So see the front end there where it says buy rev pre-sale tokens. If you send BUSD, it's going to send you P-rev tokens, which are pre-sale tokens that represent how many rev tokens you'll get when the site goes live. So
gotcha.
Whether you're in the public or the private pre-sale, once you've been whitelisted and it's time to go, you're going to actually go to the website to contribute your money. You're not going to be sending it to like my wallet or anything like that. You'll go to the website, use the front end, contribute however much BUSD you want to contribute, and you'll get the pre-rev tokens. Then when the farm goes live, how that's going to work is we're going to add liquidity at a price that is 20% higher than the private presale. we're going to then allow people to send their pre-rev tokens for rev tokens, like instantly as soon as the liquidity is added to PancakeSwap. And then we're going to allow people to stake in the farms and the pools, but the rewards won't start. The missions won't start for about a half an hour after that goes live. So that gives people to buy their rev tokens on the market and put them in the staking pools before it goes live. So everybody gets a fair shot when it turns on, because everybody has that half an hour to prepare and do what they need to do to get their rev tokens.
And not only buy rev tokens, but also maybe get some drip BUSD LP tokens and get those plugged in before the emissions start, right?
Oh, people definitely will, because they're going to see that Drip is one of the pools with the highest APYs and no deposit fee. So the incentive is there for people to throw their Drip in there for sure.
And this answers the question that I saw repeatedly in the main Drip Telegram chat, which was like people weren't really sure and didn't really understand how this farm is going to benefit Drip. And so that's one of the that's super key right there, because people that want to make money on this farm, what are they going to do? Most likely they're going to buy Drip and BUSD, which means they're buying Drip, right? And it's new Drip because most likely, if they're smart and they want to avoid the transfer tax, they're going to buy their Drip BUSD LP tokens through the Liberation contract. And so this is going to, you throw BUSD in here, and that's going to go right to the DEX and buy Drip tokens from the DEX using half of that BUSD, right? So that's massively bullish for the Drip token.
And then we have the miner, and then we have with L2, when we get into L2, Drip plays another massive role in L2.
Yep.
But yeah, so I think the pre-sale, you want to go back to the white paper?
Yes, sir.
All right. So as far as that goes, the pre-sale on Monday, we're going to announce the date for the pre-sale, for the private pre-sale. Join the Telegram group, the Drip Telegram group, and when I get out of this interview, I'm going to be posting and giving the link here, so Brandon will be able to post it in the details for the Drip Telegram group, the Manor Farm Telegram group, and the Reap Telegram group. So people can prepare. If you go to the Drip Telegram group and ask one of the admins or put !DAO, you get all the links and everything you need to join the DAO group. So on Monday, we'll be announcing the private pre-sale date. It will likely be the following Tuesday or following Thursday. We'll then do a brief whitelisting period in that week in the DAO group to make sure that nobody gets, double dips and that kind of thing, or tries to use a bot to get too large of a position or whatever. So we'll handle that whitelisting. And then while we're handling the private pre-sale, right now we have our contracts being looked at by Paladin, and we are in the process of getting a review from Rugdoc. So all of that information should be a review, and it's a review promotional deal. So they work with a bunch of different YouTubers, and they have a pretty big following as far as the farm community goes. They typically get about 30 to 40 million TVL in all of the farms that they promote, if it's a farm with any interest at all. And I believe that ours is, has the most interesting and I would say the the most attractive functions of any farm right now in the space. So I see us getting that or more, because we're not just, a lot of those projects that use that firm as well are using exclusively them for marketing. They're not some people with like a large community that already has a fairly large following to come in. So I see us doing at least what the higher end average of all the people that they promote.
Let me ask you something, because you just mentioned typically 30 million TVL. That's total value locked, right? That's how much.
Yeah, I see this promotional group. I see the average farm that uses them gets about 30 to 40 million TVL. Yeah, and I believe that we'll be able to exceed that because we're just better than those projects. And we already have our own strong community.
I mean, obviously that wouldn't be 100% the drip token, but I would say a very large portion of that, if we got 30 million, a large portion of that would be the drip token, would it not?
I see drip definitely playing a major role, and the drip miner as well. You know, when we look at right now, that BNB miner project that has like over 7,000 BNB in it. Off the top of my head, that's, you know, it's millions of dollars. So, you know, I think there's a very high probability that we'll be able to outperform those projects. And in that case, that would be millions of dollars coming into drip, you know, the drip liquidity, which is the same as.
And we already talked about like market cap of circulating drip being 3 million.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, we were just talking about that exactly. Yeah,
dude,
that would essentially 2x us without anything else. You know, like excluding all other variables, it would 2x us. You know, if we were to 2x from one variable, that would.
My mouth is literally open right now.
Put us back on the screen so we can see you.
That's okay. Pass. So 7,000 BNB is 3 million Forex.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
You know, we'll see, but we're gonna put a lot of effort into promoting this and getting this in the spotlight. So, you know, the drip project or the drip token, it's treated like a core part of this entire project, from the Manor to the animal farm. In the animal farm, one of the only ways to get and accumulate the governance token is with drip. So there's major incentive for people to buy and hold drip throughout this entire launch. It's not going to be one phase. It's going to be multiple different contracts that utilize drip.
Yeah. So do you feel like we sort of have covered layer one at this point? And I guess maybe I wanted to flesh something out with you, which is, it seems like, and this was another question that I saw repeating in the chat, was like, ask Forex what he thinks is the best strategy for this farm. And I'll take a stab at it, and then you can tell me what you think. Okay. My personal strategy is to basically just accumulate as many of the Rev tokens as I can. Like, I'm not going to sell, I don't plan to sell a single Rev token. I'm going to buy a bunch in the pre-sale, and then I'm going to farm, you know, I'm going to farm some more of them, and I'm going to stake some more of them, you know, but I'm not going to, I don't plan to sell a single Rev token. And then once we go from layer one to layer two, I'll have a huge position to be able to buy into the animal farm.
I would say, all right. So for me, what you just said is what I would say the strategy would be, but I have some additional steps that you could do to maximize it. So I would say the best strategy for this farm, if I was going to take advantage of it, would be to get into drip, get into Rev through the pre-sale, have your Rev. When it goes live, take some of your Rev and pair it with BNB or BUSD, and take either drip, BUSD, or whatever else you want to use to farm Rev, and start farming Rev. As you get your Rev in, put that Rev in the single asset pool and start earning BUSD.
So buy one or both of these LP tokens with part of your initial rev holdings.
Yeah, that you'd get from the presale.
Okay.
Or if you want to buy it right at listing, however you want to get them, or you get them from farming right from the start, and then you add liquidity to them. But these are going to be the highest multiplier. So, but it's going to be the way that you're going to. So it's going to be the way that you accumulate the most rev tokens. If your goal is to accumulate the most rev tokens, which I think is the way to go with this farm, you would want to be in the drip BUSD, the rev BUSD, or the rev WBB, or
this and one of these two.
These are going to be the highest multiplier on the whole farm. So if you want to accumulate as many rev tokens, these are the best 3 farms to be in. But all of them, you're going to accumulate rev tokens. So if you already have some like USDC, BUSD liquidity pool tokens, then throw them in there, you know. But just use the kind of risk model that you want. It's going to be less risk to use a stable coin pair and put them in there than using the rev pair. But if your goal is to accumulate as many rev tokens as possible, you'll do that through being in the rev pair. So it's just how you want to how you want to set up your risk model. You could do some combination of having the majority in a lower risk pool and having some portion of it in rev. But anyways, I would say the goal should be, or the strategy would be, accumulate as many rev tokens, put your rev tokens in the rev single asset staking pool to earn BUSD. And then now you can use that BUSD to pair with drip and go into the drip liberation contract.
Yep.
And that way, now you're accumulating drip and you're accumulating rev tokens, and you're accumulating this without needing to even put any more capital into the system if you don't want to, right? So because you're just getting rev tokens, so you're mining rev tokens, or you're farming rev tokens, I should say. You're putting them in the single asset pool, which is giving you a higher share of that BUSD that's being minted out every block. That you're taking that BUSD and you're using the drip liberation contract to get a bigger share of the drip miner, and now you're accumulating rev tokens and drip. And now when L2 gets here, you will have secured some profit in BUSD. You will have accumulated more drip, and now you're in the drip miner as well. You have a strong position in there because you got it there from the start.
How do you accumulate more drip? I guess I don't understand that.
Because if you get into the drip, so the drip liberation game is the reason why I call it a game is because there's a series of rules, and depending on how you play the game, whatever your strategy is, you're going to get out more drip. So it's not minting any more drip or putting any more drip into circulation. It's allowing people to put drip into it and then use strategies to try to pull out more drip than they put into it out of it. So there's
I think you said drip liberation game, but I think you meant the drip miner game.
Oh yeah, you would use the drip liberation contract to get the drip BUSD to put into the drip miner. The drip miner game is a higher risk contract, but it's a higher reward contract that everybody has been asking for because these miner games have been very popular in the past few months, and everybody's been asking for this kind of high risk game for drip. So essentially, it's just a contract that allows you to stake drip, and then depending on your ability to or your strategy for taking profit versus hiring miners, you can adjust the APY that you're making from it, and that APY is essentially paying out drip that people have put in to play the game. So there's no inflation there. You're not it's not adding more drip into circulation or anything like that. It's just a staking protocol that allows people to play this game against each other to try to take out more drip than they put into it.
Interesting.
So should we talk about the, what do we call it? Not the revolution, the end of the revolution. When the revolution is complete, then we go to the, oh, we haven't talked about the referral program. What would you like to talk about next, Forex?
Well, I would say the referral program, you know, we knew that when we built this, we wanted to have some sort of referral program because it's played such a big role in Drip's growth, and we've just seen how powerful referral programs can be. But we didn't want to have a referral program based on how many Rev tokens were bought or how many were even staked. We wanted to have it be based on how many tokens were harvested, because this ensured that the people who are getting the bonus have put some sort of capital into the system for a period of time. And this is, I believe, a referral system that is very hardened against being gamed and should be great for the Drip community, because I know people in Drip already have their teams built and they can take advantage of that by, you know, setting up some kind of referral structure in their own team.
Gotcha. Okay. So after the 14 days.
All right. So with Drip, so I would say, yeah, these are the Drip. This just talks about the partnership with Drip, how we're going to work together with the Drip community and the farm project. And the Drip Liberation Contract one is just explaining, you know, how that is working. But I should talk about the transition from L1 to L2. When we're at L1, it's going to be essentially a farm similar to a lot of other farms, but we have added additional contracts that allow you to essentially take some profit on it, or secure some profit without needing to sell the token. When we get to L2, that's when the main functionality of the project kicks in. And this is why I kind of call L1 sort of an extended launch for L2.
Right.
And the main goal, I would say, for L1 is accumulating as many Rev tokens as you can in L1 in order to have a maximum advantage in L2 from the ground up. You know, you're in there from the start of L2 with a maximum position and a maximum ownership of the farm. So when that wave of capital and that additional TVL comes into L2, you're going to get a share of all that as the owner. So you want to have a big stake in the farm right from the start. And the way to do that is by accumulating Rev tokens in L1. Now, so I wanted people to be incentivized to hold Rev tokens, but I also wanted them to be able to secure some profit outside of the Rev project without needing to sell their Rev tokens, because I want them to be able to accumulate it. That's why we created the additional vault for single asset Rev tokens. So people that want to secure some profit without needing to secure some profit on the L1 without needing to dump their Rev tokens can do that through the single asset staking pool of the Rev token. Then you can secure some BUSD and not need to worry about it. And then if you want, you can either just hold that BUSD, you can take half of it, put it in Drip Liberation and play the game with it, take half of it, put it in Drip Liberation, be a liquidity provider for Drip, and put that in the farm to accumulate more Rev tokens. But the idea is accumulating the Rev tokens, and at the end, for doing that, you'll get a 20% bonus on the L2 tokens. So the L2 has a governance and a farm token, dogs and pigs. I believe there's a site that explains the difference between the two, but not a site, but a page on the white paper.
And so some people will probably miss out on the whole 2-week launch phase, as you call it, and they won't become involved in the farm until it's already the animal farm, until it's already in the L2. So those people or will have an advantage having accumulated a big position of the Rev tokens, because even before L2 starts, we can exchange those Rev tokens for the pigs and the dogs, plus get a 20% bonus on top of that. And
so when L1 finishes, when the farm stops emitting, we're going to have a 24-hour countdown to when the liquidity will be removed from L1, the L1 Rev token. When that happens, when that function is called to remove liquidity, whatever the price of the Rev token is at that point will be the price that is respected in the exchange rate for the L2 presale. So if it was worth, one Rev token was worth 100 BUSD when the liquidity was removed, now you have your Rev tokens. Now you can use them in the L2 presale and get essentially $120 or 120 BUSD value for each Rev token in the presale.
During that,
if you use BUSD, which we want people to still be able to contribute to the L2 presale if they weren't in Rev, because there's going to be a ton of people that learn about this during the L1 phase, so they can still get in L2 presale with BUSD. They're just going to have an exchange rate that is 20% higher. So essentially, it's pretty much like the equivalent of the private versus the public presale. So, and just like that private versus public presale, the majority of the allocation for L2 is going to be for the Rev
holders,
people for a Rev. The it's very similar to the launch of L1, where about 1/3 of it is going to the BUSD pool, and the rest is going to the Rev token pool for people to be able to get an allocation of the pigs and the dogs token. The dogs token is the farm token for L2, and the pigs token is the governance token for L2.
Now, during that 48 hours, so the transition from L1 to L2 will take place 48 hours after the L1 emissions stop. During those 48 hours, trading is still taking place, right? Rev BUSD trading is still taking place.
Yeah.
And then like that last trade will set the value of the Rev token forevermore.
Yeah, well, essentially what's going to happen is the when we remove liquidity from the Rev token, whatever price it was right before we remove or as we remove liquidity will be what is respected. Now there will still be probably a tiny amount of liquidity in that pool, but there will be no real purpose to trade it at that point after that, because all of the value is being transferred over to L2. So you could potentially sell it, like one or two people could sell a couple tokens into low liquidity, but the value is taking those Rev tokens, using it in the L2 presale, and all of that capital that was removed, that liquidity that was removed from L1, is being migrated over to L2 through rewards that go to the governance token pool and through buybacks to add to the liquidity of the dogs and of the pigs tokens.
The liquidity that's removed from L1, when you say that the Rev liquidity will be removed from L1, is that basically like a big chunk of BUSD?
Yeah, we don't know what it will be until it gets to that point, because it's going to be the majority of the liquidity in the Rev token. So it's, if not all of it, so it should be I would say very, very safe guess. The guess is going to be high millions of dollars.
Damn. And so then that liquidity, once we switch from L1 to L2 in this 48-hour period, all of that BUSD is going to be slowly trickled out to the holders and stakers of the pigs token, right?
60% is going to the pigs token, and 20% is going to be buying the dogs token, and 20% is going to be buying the pigs token, and just, you know.
Okay, 20% BUSD removed from L1 be added to the liquidity pool of the pigs. Okay, so that gives us liquidity for the pigs token and 20% for the dogs token. So that's pretty simple. There's two liquidity pools, one for pigs, one for dogs. The rest of it is 60% of it is going to be paid out. What's the timeline for that 60% of that capital being paid out to stakers of pigs?
All right, so we're also the liquidity that's here at 20 and 20. That's not just the only liquidity that's going to be added to those tokens. We're also having the pre-sale in and that there's a significant amount of BUSD that's raised in that L2 pre-sale, and that is also going to the dogs and the pigs liquidity pool. So the dogs and the pigs liquidity pool will have a starting liquidity which comes from the pre-sale, and then after that liquidity has been added after pre-sale in the following weeks, the funds that have been removed from L2, 20% of that will be used, will be added to the dogs, and 20% will be added to the pigs through
when is
buyback.
When is the L2 pre-sale?
The L2 pre-sale comes immediately after liquidity is removed. So 24 to 48 hours. It says 48 hours in the white paper. So at least 24 hours, 24, 48 hours after the emissions stop and we remove liquidity, we have the pre-sale immediately after that for L2.
Okay, and the pre-sale basically at that point will be for people that don't already have a rev position, right? Or maybe for people that do have a rev position but they want a bigger position, but mainly it'll be like people that don't already have a position in the L2 farm.
There's going to be two ways that you can interact with the front end. You can either send your rev tokens, or you can send your BUSD tokens, and it's going to give you an exchange rate depending on which one you send. If you're sending BUSD, you're going to get a certain exchange rate. If you send rev tokens, you get 20%
more. So and we can't really, I guess we can't really see that, right? Because this is the Manor farm and not yet the animal farm.
Before the public pre-sale goes live, the animal farm will be up as well.
Okay.
The whole front end for the animal farm will be up.
But the front end of the animal farm will have a place where you can buy your bag of dogs and pigs using rev, or buy your bag of dogs and pigs using BUSD. And the advantage, of course, will be for rev getting 20% more dogs and pigs. Correct?
Yeah, it's just like the pre-sale that we have on L1, but it's just gonna have a slightly different front end. Instead of just being able to send BUSD, you'll be able to send BUSD or rev.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's going to happen immediately after we remove liquidity from the L1 token rev, and 100% of that liquidity that's removed is then migrated over to L2 by rewards to the pigs tokens, and in the form of adding them to the liquidity pool of dogs and pigs through buybacks. If so, we could add it immediately at listing. Like we could just take that liquidity and put it in immediately at listing. But if we did that, we would need to add more tokens to get the pricing right. Whereas we can put it in after listing, and when we do, it will appreciate the price as well, because we're only adding to the bid side of the liquidity pool. So it's better for promotion that we use the liquidity that we raise in L2 pre-sale for the liquidity pool, and then over the next few weeks after launch, we then use the BUSD removed from L1 to essentially do buybacks to add to the bid side of the liquidity pool and pump the price, which is great for promotion. You know,
absolutely. I want to post this comment real quick because it's pretty awesome. I've been in all Forex projects from the beginning. Best dev in the space. Honest, hardworking, integrity. I would add to that. And yeah, it's totally cliche, right? But drip is legit changing lives. I know it's changed Danny's life. It's definitely changed my life.
Definitely.
Awesome,
you're a rock star. Again, I've said it already. I'll say it again. You're a rock star, Forex.
I appreciate it, man. Well, you know, all the admins and all the people that are in the Telegram group, you know, so many people have helped and contributed to this project. So, you know, and my partner that helped develop it, you know, there's been, I mean, so many other people that have contributed to the success of Drip. And, you know, I love how it's performing right now. If you look at where we are as far as price, where something like, I don't know, well, if you look at the BUSD price right now compared to where BUSD was when we launched, and then you look at the listing price to where we are now, we're up about 10x against BNB while we've been paying out compound interest for the last like 200 days or whatever. So, you know, I couldn't be happier with how we're performing. You know, the market as a whole did have a crash, and of course, when we were up all the way up to our all-time high, when the whole market crashes, you're going to have some profit taking. But you know, we're on a march back up again. We have a bunch more development and some major marketing things that are coming up. Like you were saying with Focus Visual, how that's going to take a while. And it's true, it is going to take a while. But we do have someone who is the biggest person in that marketing group. And the idea with the actually, you know what? I'll finish this real quick, but then we should get back to the white paper. But the deal with him is we had, you know, about dozens of people under this marketing firm, and to get all of them to make one single post about it costs about $40,000. So we need to find the most pragmatic way to have this group of marketers promote Drip, but do it in a way that's sustainable, where they're getting paid through their referrals. So they're actually, you know, we're not just paying them and to have them make a shallow post. They're actually building a team, growing the platform, and allowing the system to work the way it's designed to reward people for bringing on capital and referring. So we decided what we'll do, and it's mainly a guy in our DAO who is handling this, who's the one that introduced me to the managers, is taking the guy who is the biggest following on the platform, putting him in a position where he understands the whole system and is ready to start promoting it, and then paying him to start the promotion, to get it rolling. And then he even has some Drip merch that someone sent him. So he's you know, he's ready to go with that. And then once he gets his team going and people see that money can be made in the Drip through referring, instead of having to pay, you know, $35,000, $40,000 per post to get these dozens of people to post, this is how we're going to show them that they can make more money than what we would pay them per post through referring to their network. Right. Because a lot of these people have millions of followers and subscribers. So,
and our community will definitely pump this guy, like, so, you know, whatever, subscribe to his various social media outlets, and make sure that he gets a ton of referrals for his initial account.
I want to, I don't want to jump the gun. You know, I want to make sure that when I say who it is, then like he's ready to go, about to do a good job. But he was already paid, so I know that the person who is managing this has already paid him just to set up a meeting, and then paid him to start the first couple promotional actions, and had merch made and sent to him. So we had drip merch and everything. So all that's already been done. So
just to elaborate on the point that you made a moment ago, I believe drip launched on April 22nd or 23rd, and BNB was, somewhere in this range. So BNB is actually down with respect to the US dollar. And drip is up. Drip is up big time.
Yep.
From when it launched.
Drip is up while it's been paying out 1%.
While you could drastically increase your position for what, almost 200 days at this point, right? I mean, it's been almost 6 months, which would be roughly 180 days. So you've had the opportunity to compound for 160, 170 days.
Yep.
Dramatically increasing your drip position while the price actually went higher versus the US dollar compared to BUSD. That's phenomenal.
I knew we were gonna have fluctuations like any project has done, but I'm very, very happy with our performance. Whenever I'm never satisfied, but I'm happy because everything's working, and I'm excited for what more I can do for drip and adding to this.
It's working. The smart contracts are working flawlessly, and the design is working flawlessly, right? I mean, people are doing what they're supposed to do, what the token was designed to do, which is to stake it and delay that gratification and capture the time value of money, right? And take tokens off the supply, providing a positive price pressure. So absolutely phenomenal. Let's get back to it. What do you say?
Yeah. All right. So with so now we've been through the pre-sale and L1, and now we're at L2. Now L2 has the dog token and it has the pigs token. So let's oh, perfect, right here. Do you want to read it or?
Sure. Yeah, the level 2 farm has the dogs token, which is the farm reward token, and has the pigs token, which is the, I think of it as like an ownership token. You own part of the farm by owning and staking the pigs token, right?
Exactly. You're getting all the benefits of owning the farm, and in the future, when we go to L3, we're going to use this governance model to put forth a series of proposals and allow the owners to decide what we do for L3.
That's awesome. Yeah, that wasn't even covered in the white paper, but that's an exciting concept to have a realization that there's going to be a layer 3 to this, and maybe a layer 4, and maybe a layer 5, right? It's going to keep going.
Yeah, see, the thing is, this is already so much to talk about with all the layers, multiple pre-sales, so there is a lot more I could have added, but we already have like a 20-something page white paper.
24 pages.
Yeah, so it's like there's so
a lot
much
to digest.
I could have added.
We need to do, technically, we're going to have to talk to us again next weekend, Forex, or tomorrow.
No, for sure. I'm like, now that this is developed, I have time to get on more interviews, and I'm actually looking forward to it because I haven't done too many interviews, and I was starting to get in a groove where I was feeling good about doing interviews, and because it's always kind of hard to do live performances, but I'm looking forward to doing more of it now. I always love when I have something new and exciting to promote as well. That also makes it a lot easier. And that's another reason why you'll always see me continuing to develop, because it's exciting for me. I just enjoy doing it.
You always you add stuff to the essentially drip is kind of like your flagship product, I would say, right? And so then from drip forward, everything sort of ties back to drip, would you say?
Yeah, so I have a game in the works, and people
Yes,
are
war
even
game.
asking about like how would drip play into the game, because I'm thinking about doing the game on a different chain. And even with this game, even if we went to another chain, we would still tie in drip, because we can account for how much drip is being burned or removed from circulation. We can use a contract that just speaks back and forth between the two chains, using maybe an Oracle or just some JavaScript, and we'll be able to account for if some drip is burnt or sent to a contract on BSC, and you know, execute some function on Solidity or whatever other chain we decide to go with. I'm leaning towards no, sorry, not Solidity, Solana. I'm leaning towards Solana.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, drip is gonna. I plan to make drip a part of everything I built from now on, because the same with the Reap token. Why Reap is still pumping today, because people are preparing for the pre-sale of the Manor farm. When I build a token, it's with the idea that it's part of a larger ecosystem. And when I built Reap, I chose Reap's mechanics because it was so simple and so easy to build on top of. And I mean, people can look at what I've built. It's all building on top of Reap, you know. And right now, drip is, you know, I would say the main product that we have right now, and it's the I would say the best one that we have right now. But it's all built on top of Reap, and you see right now, drip is pumping and Reap is pumping.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Reap is going parabolic.
Yeah,
that's a daily chart. I mean, if you look at it on an hourly chart, it's out of control.
And now when we do whatever we do with
look at that,
the game, yeah, it's going to be, I know. And then when we do whatever we're going to do with the game, you know, we'll see the same thing. And yeah, this is the cycles. And people that have been holding Reap for a long time know these cycles. And, you know, you would have to be not paying attention at all to sell Reap when it's down, because Reap always bounces back.
Definitely. And drip has so much growth ahead of it. Like the potential is just mind blowing when you think about drip network being used for content monetization. I mean, just the Focus Visual, literally just that one dude at Focus Visual with 5 million followers, just him, is hugely bullish. But of course, it's not going to stop there, right? I mean, what if he brings 1%? That's 50,000 new users.
Yeah, he's the reason why I'm putting so much focus onto him and doing it right, because we're going to use him as a prototype for how you can use our platform for content monetization. So we're gonna, you know, we're putting everything into making it work for him, and then we can use him as an example when we shop it to other content creators.
Absolutely, it's
going to go
mind-boggling.
Insane. Yep, it'll go insane. Super exciting stuff.
So we should continue with the farm. So
yes, sir.
All right. So both are. So there's the dog and the pigs token in the L2 farm. Both are innovative assets which balance each other perfectly and allow for a multitude of options for investors who want to take advantage of the platform. So the way that it works is the dog's token is earned like Rev is earned on all of the farms and all of the pools. Then, similar to how Rev has the single asset pool where you earn BUSD, L2 has the dogs BNB, dogs BUSD, and the drip BUSD farms, and those pay out in the governance token. So just like Rev has its single asset Rev pool, that's the only pool that pays out BUSD. We have these three farms, and they're the only farms that pay out in the governance token.
So other than buying pigs tokens, just outright buying them, these are the only ways that you can earn the pigs token.
Exactly. And the pigs token are what determine your ownership of the farm, and your rewards in the pig token come in the form of BUSD. So this is, again, a model that allows you to secure profits without needing to sell the farm tokens, because the dog tokens, as you earn those, you can take you can put those into the dog farm pools, or you can put them in with BNB or BUSD to earn more of the governance tokens. Then you stake the governance tokens, which grows your share of the farm that pays out in BUSD. So
to earn pigs tokens, you're effectively supporting the dog's price, supporting the dog's price, or supporting Drip's price. That's beautiful. And then the usefulness of the pigs token is that you can stake it, i.e. not sell it, and earn BUSD rewards. So even the rewards, you're not selling any pigs. So it's kind of similar to Drip in that, like, you just don't sell it.
And the BUSD rewards are coming from deposit fees on the platform. So new capital that's entering the platform who want to use the yield farm. It's not coming from, like inflation. Obviously, we can't use inflation to pay out in BUSD, but it's just it's coming from platform fees, which is essentially capital entering the system because we're providing this utility. So it's it's a sustainable model of earning and paying out BUSD, and it allows people to essentially consistently take profit out of the farm in the form of BUSD without needing to sell the tokens.
Right. So the token, the pigs token, just continues to appreciate in value. If it's being staked and not sold so much, that necessarily leads to a positive pressure on the price, right? And the thing I like about this too, like my only experience with farming is basically on PancakeSwap, just staking cake, right? And the thing I didn't like about it, I mean, I made some money off of it, but it was basically just like everything depended upon the price and the value of cake. So I would earn more cake, but what good would that be if cake dropped? And it did. It dropped like 50 or 60%, so I was like, okay, great. I'm earning all these tokens, these cake tokens, but they're going down in value. So my overall position is sucking, right? And here you're going to be experiencing price appreciation in the dogs, price appreciation in the pigs, and raking in some BUSD. That's a phenomenal concept.
When you were saying before, where's the extra value coming from for the Rev token? And now you can say the dog and the pigs token. It's coming from the utility of this farm, which has functions that no other farms have, including the ability to take profit on the farm without needing to dump your tokens, allowing you to continue to accumulate and grow a greater ownership of the farm while still securing some profit. There's no other farm that allows you to do that.
That's fascinating, and like that's never been done before. Am I right?
Not on BSC, not that I've seen. And then there's the additional concept that we added, which is the dynamic supply. So we have a contract called the Decentralized Dynamic Supply Control Algorithm. And what it does is it's down like 2 more. Right below it. Oh, it starts there, but just pull up the chart. Right there. Yeah, that one. Okay. So what this does is this is for pigs and dogs. So not only are you rewarded for staking, and you're rewarded in BUSD that allows you to secure profit on the farm without needing to dump, the supply of those tokens, both dogs and pigs, is controlled based on the current demand for the assets. And the way it does this is by creating a dynamic window based on the all-time high and all-time low of the token. And then as price is making new all-time highs, it keeps the emission rate set to 100. 100 meaning a given amount of tokens per block. We chose to set the base emission rate for if we're at 75% emissions, it'll be the same as a farm called Thorium. The reason why we used Thorium is because Thorium is another farm on BSC that has able to keep up growth as far as price appreciation and TVL, and they have barely any cool functions or anything. It's because I believe it's because their emission rate is just set correctly.
So you're going to be mimicking the same emission rate in terms of number of tokens per block.
So this is how it works. If the price is at all-time high, then the emission rate is 25% over what Thorium's is. So yeah, it's creating 25% more than what Thorium's is. If the price does a 25% correction, then what it does is it will reduce the emission rate by 25%, and now we would have the same emission rate as Thorium. So now if the price just kind of cycled between 50% and all-time high, it would stay at that 70% emission rate.
75%. The matching rate as Thorium.
As Thorium, yeah. Then if the price bounced back up and made all-time high again, the emission rate would come back up to 100. So you see here, look at the left-hand side of the chart where it starts at like $25 or whatever.
Right.
That's the all-time high at the time. So you see that the emission rate is at 100, right?
Right.
Then the price does a full 25% correction. The emission rate drops down 25%. It stays there until now the price breaks all-time high again. The emission rate is increased back up to 100% emission rate, which is 25% over what a Thorium's emission rate is.
Right there at the new all-time high, and then another new all-time high.
As it stays at all-time high. Until the price does a 25% or more correction, the emission rate will stay at 100%. If it does a 25% or more correction, it will then reduce the emission rate by 25%, in turn reducing the supply of the token, allowing the current demand to have a more of a beneficial positive impact on the price. Because you can see a significant reduction in price as most likely a reduction in demand. So you need to control the supply side if you have a reduction in demand to allow the current demand that you have to be able to do positive impact on the price. And then when you have positive impact on the price, there's nothing better for promotion than having positive impact on the price and all-time highs. That allows the demand to go back up, and now emission rates goes back up to adjust and supply that new demand, right?
Does this apply to, obviously this applies to the dogs token. Does it also apply to the Rev token?
It does. It applies to the dogs token and it applies to the pigs tokens. The Rev token is has a max total supply. So the Rev token, this is why I say it's like a prolonged launch for L2. We have so many Rev tokens that will be minted, and then at the end of the 14 days, once that's minted, that full amount is done. If we had some kind of dynamic emission rate or whatever, we could have determined how many tokens we needed exactly, because we wouldn't know what the emission rate would be over time. With Rev, we knew we're gonna have a 14-day period. We're gonna mint this many tokens over those 14 days. Then we're going to stop the emissions, remove the liquidity from L1, migrate it to L2, and then allow people to take their Rev tokens that they're holding and get into the L2 presale for the dog and pigs token at a 20% bonus and a larger allocation than what they would be able to get if they got him with BUSD. So that's the Rev token. The Rev token has its own functions, such as the single asset to earn BUSD and its ability to be used as a pre-sale token for L2. The primary use case for the L1 token and its primary function is as a launch token for L2.
Right.
L2, that's when all of the more complex dynamics come with the like dynamic emission rates, the governance, all of that more important stuff. Now we knew that once we started L1, L2 is a done deal. We can't make any changes to L2 once we start L1, because those who are getting into L1 are doing it knowing that they're doing it as part of a launch phase to L2. So you can't change up what L2 will be when L1 has already started. So it was important to me to completely build out L2. The whole thing's built. We just need to put the front end up. This way, everybody that gets into L1 knows how this is going to work all the way to from the launch phase of L1 to L2 to a functioning L2. All that
they completely know what they're getting into.
Yeah. So, but all right. So I'll just I guess
fluid mechanics.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go to fluid mechanics. Okay, so the pigs are the governance token for the platform. Staking pigs allow you to be the owner of the farm. Essentially, like I said, you get a share of the deposit fees at 75%. The rest goes towards marketing and platform costs, because we have some additional transactions that are going on in the background, the staking and pancake swap that I was telling you about. That costs gas. So 10% of it is being used for gas, and like 10% will be allocated to platform fees. That's what that's referring to right there. But
75% of deposit fees. That's when somebody deposits an LP token on the farm, right? They pay a deposit fee.
They pay a 4% fee for farm deposits to deposit into the farm,
which is kind of standard, right?
What's that?
It's kind of standard, 4% deposit.
If you look at it, there can be some variance there. I would say 4 to 6% is the standard, but there is some room for other contracts that might have 10 or 15%. But they have some special mechanics. Like I know there are some farms that they just have additional mechanics, and to get into those, there's a higher deposit fee, but it's kind of justified for whatever reasons. But that's not the case in ours. For ours, we have just 4% if you're getting into the farms, and 6% if you're getting into the pools. The reason for the variance there is we want to incentivize people to get to the farm, because that adds more utility to the project as a whole, because you're adding liquidity and more capital to the project than you would be if you were just taking some USDT and putting it in a contract on the farm. Even though that is still good for us, the reason why we are still able to sustainably pay out rewards for people that are just going to stake USDT is because we're taking that USDT and then we're staking it in PancakeSwap to earn additional yield. So there's capital flows that still make it worth it for us to have single asset staking in the form of non-native tokens. But the still the thing you want to incentivize, and the major benefit for the platform as a whole, is the farm pools. You want people to add the LP tokens and add liquidity to the native tokens. So
especially certain LP tokens like the drip LP tokens and the pigs LP tokens. We have even more incentives for those.
Yeah. When we say the drip tokens, you can see I didn't even add single asset staking for drip. That's because we already have an amazing single asset drip staking platform.
Yes, we do.
And I didn't want to split interest and just split interest, and I didn't feel like I could make a single asset drip staking contract better than drip. So I just didn't even bother adding a single asset staking for drip.
Why reinvent the wheel? You already have a faucet contract that's working absolutely perfectly, right?
And I don't think we could have did it better. So, but we added the drip BUSD because we can use drip BUSD liquidity on PancakeSwap. That would be a major utility to our project, so it's worth incentivizing.
Absolutely.
So that's why the high multiplier on the drip pool, you know,
and the no deposit fee.
Yes, exactly. So if you want to go back up to the slide right above this.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the dogs are the native farming token on L2 and are earned in all farms and pools to various degrees. They have different multipliers. Dogs have a 6% base tax on all transactions, an additional 9% tax on selling. All right.
Okay.
You want to move your
sorry.
I like that though. That's awesome. All right. Half of the 6% base tax is sold for BUSD, and this BUSD is sent to the vault that's paid out to pig stakers. So this is an additional flow of BUSD rewards that are paid out to the owners of the farm, right? The people who are staking the pig's governance token. The other half of the base tax is paired with BUSD and added to the liquidity pool, raising the potential price floor of dogs with each additional transaction while further decentralizing and deepening the liquidity pool. And it's with stablecoin liquidity, which is important, right? So what it's doing is when people are selling, right? Actually, I should just the next line actually covers that. The additional 3% tax on selling is burned, introducing a deflationary element to the token. All right. So what this is, when you do a transaction with the token, there's a 6% tax. That tax is converted to BUSD. Half of it is converted to BUSD, sent to the pig farmers. This creates sustainability for the platform because it allows farmers in both pigs and dogs, because of the way it works together, to collect and capture some profit from the farm without having to sell the native tokens. That's coming from the 3% or half of the tax when someone transacts. That's in BUSD rewards. The other 3%.
Just looking at all this, I feel like once you have, like, why would you ever sell pigs or dogs? Like, why? Because they're going to be appreciating in value. They're going to be paying you in BUSD. So you're just going to be like, I'm just going to leave them staked forever and just collect BUSD as time goes on. Like, I think that's tremendous.
That's why I said that the 6% tax on dogs it doesn't just make pigs sustainable because you can earn BUSD from being in the pig staking. Dogs as well, because the way you get the pig's token is by staking the dogs. So dogs BNB, dogs BUSD, and drip BUSD. That's how you get the pig's tokens. So the ability to stake drip and be able to secure some profit in BUSD makes the dog and the pig and the dog tokens both sustainable, both of these reward systems. And then there's an additional 3% tax on selling. And the reason why it's important to add a deflationary model to this token is because we have the dynamic supply control algorithm. And what this is going to do is, as the price is pumping and the emission rate is high and not many people are selling, we're giving about we're allowing for a max emission rate because the demand can handle it.
Right.
If demand has an ebb and the supply was still minting at this same emission rate, the supply of the token would increase beyond demand. So we handle that by this algorithm, which will then reduce the emission rate, which restricts supply and allows the current demand to have positive impact on the price. When the emission rate is reduced, it has a floor of 25%. So if the price was to go to all-time low, the emission rate would drop down to 25%, and it would be half. 25% is half of what thorium's emission rate would be. Now, when you combine this with the additional tax on selling that is burned, this is how a inflationary token becomes deflationary. The emission rate reduces below what the burn rate is. Is placing on all of the selling that's happening from the reduction.
Where did that go? Hold on a second. So if like you said, if demand ebbs, if there's less demand, then it'll drop down the dynamic system. I'm going to have to learn that acronym. That dynamic supply control system will drop the minting rate basically, but the 6% tax will still be there. So that'll still be, and the 3% burn will still be there as well, right? So that'll be controlling the supply, the existing supply of the dog's token even lower, right?
Yeah. So when there's a lot of buying going on, it's not applying that additional burn because the demand can handle it, right? So we want to keep the tax as low as possible when the demand can handle it. So we have an additional demand on taxing, additional tax on selling, because when you're in a high demand trend, or your price is appreciating greatly and you're at all-time highs, you can handle whatever the selling pressure is, just if you're at all-time highs, obviously you're handling whatever the given selling pressure is. When you have a reduction in price and a reduction in demand, you need to settle this by reducing the supply or shrinking the supply.
So does this turn on and off the
well, it's only on selling. So what I'm saying is so the emission rate adjusts based on what the current demand is. The burn rate is based on whether you're buying or selling. So if as the price is pumping, not a lot of people are buying, it's cheap to buy. You don't want to have a high tax, right? You want to keep the tax as low as possible. But when there's low demand and the price is going down, you want to restrict supply, and the two ways to restrict supply are through burning it and reducing emission rate. We handle both of those angles, right? So we have an additional tax on selling, which is used to burn and make the token deflationary, while the emission rate is reduced. So we're allowing for price appreciation by hitting it both through from both angles, through reducing the supply from a deflationary model, actually destroying the tokens, and from minting less.
Hey, there's a question here that I wonder if you could address. He says, what about having a drip BNB LP on the farm? And I think your answer is going to be, oops, I didn't mean to close that. Your answer is going to be, we already have it in the form of the reservoir.
Yeah, so that's it. We don't, for the same reason, I don't want to add a drip BUSD reservoir contract. I don't want to add a drip BNB contract to PancakeSwap, because then you're splitting the liquidity between two liquidity pools, and what that's either going to do is hurt your price,
and also
you're splitting the capital between liquidity pools, and you're also creating arbitrage opportunities.
And also, aren't we?
What's high liquidity?
We're trying, if I understand, like sort of the long-term goal of all of this, including the farm, is we're trying to move away from BNB paired liquidity and move towards BUSD paired liquidity, because then the drip price itself will be far less sensitive to fluctuations in the overall crypto market and the BNB market, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do still think there is a lot of value to having a nice portion of our liquidity in BNB, because I believe Binance is a solid company. I believe BNB is an investment in Binance, and I think it's a good play over time. But we want to have the majority of our capital not directly associated with the overall market fluctuations. If you have your liquidity with a stable coin, essentially it allows your product or your asset to go up and down based almost exclusively from the buying and selling that's happening of your specific token.
In my user guide video, I was watching it recently because somebody had a question, and I described the drip product as kind of like yield stacking, because when you buy and stake drip, you're earning more drip, right? You're earning the 1% per day. So you're earning more drip tokens than what you originally started with. Plus, the drip token is appreciating compared to the BNB token, right? So you're earning more BNB on top of the drip tokens that you're earning more of. And then if you believe in the Binance ecosystem, the BNB token appreciates against the US dollar. So it's like, it's like yield on top of yield on top of yield.
But there is a risk that comes with that, and that is you're more sensitive to the overall fluctuations of the market.
Right.
So I still think there is a benefit to having that, but just a smaller portion of our overall liquidity profile, not as the primary one as we have now. But it's I do still think that BNB, when the market as a whole goes and breaks new all-time highs, BNB will as well, and it will it will end up at least the drip that is paired with the BNB pool right now will end up seeing appreciated value from the fact that it's paired with BNB, because BNB has now broken all-time highs. I do think that is the play that's going to happen in the next 6 months or however long it's going to happen. But just because I believe so much in drip and the game theory of drip itself, I don't want it to have to be as dependent with these other projects, whether I think they're going to be successful or not.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a calculated risk, right, to split the overall drip liquidity between now BNB and now there's going to be a big increase in the BUSD liquidity. So it's a little bit of a risk to split the liquidity like that, but at the same time, it's a calculated risk, because it's going to be nice to have to decouple, right, from BNB and just stand on its own, like you said earlier or yesterday in the voice chat. This gives drip an opportunity to stand on its own, like the US dollar value of BNB, or excuse me, of drip.
Well, the perfect part about it is it's an option, right? So if the community and the investors believe that this is the thing to do, to migrate capital from our DEX to PancakeSwap with BUSD and drip liquidity, they're going to do it, So we've incentivized it properly. So now it's just another option for investors. It's not something that we're forcing, because we do believe that it's. See, what I would rather do, rather than forcing this liquidity migration, I would rather present the option for this liquidity migration,
let the market decide,
incentivize doing it, and then let people decide if it's worth their shot in investing, right?
Well, I'm like biased now because once I have, you know, my experience over the last 3 months has been so positive with, you know, the Drip Network product, with the Drip community, etc., that I'm totally biased. It's like, if I have any spare capital that I want to put into crypto, it's going into Drip, you know, hands down, no question. But now I have this other opportunity, and I've been saving up because I'm definitely going to be part of that private pre-sale, where I can stick more capital into yet another project made by you that I believe in, and that it's like Drip, and that it's designed to appreciate in value. Like this has, just like Drip, this has several different design elements that you've programmed into it to make these tokens, these dogs and the pigs tokens, appreciate in value. So now I have a whole new place to put capital.
And, you know, for anybody that wants to know a little bit about my history in pre-sales, I've never had a pre-sale that didn't do over 10x, right, in launch within the first month, and all of them have stayed above that or much higher in some cases. But yeah, I've never had a pre-sale for a token for one of my projects that did less than 10x in the first. I
actually thought it was 20x.
None of them have dumped either. When I say they haven't, you know, all of them have done over 10x in the first couple weeks or months or whatever. In those couple weeks or months, there was no dump. There was no listing dump, nothing like that. Just straight growth for months. Like, you know.
And that's so valuable.
Designed so well.
That's so valuable in the DeFi space, right? Because everybody, even thinking about entering DeFi and crypto, what are they worried about? They're worried about scams. They're worried about rug pulls. And with your products, not only do they not have to worry about that at all, because you have a proven track record, you know, you have a great chance of experiencing a huge return on your investment with all of your products.
And, you know, I think that, you know, there's a big thing about people talking against anonymous devs, but I feel like what's coming soon with regulation, it's going to be a major issue for a lot of projects that have known devs that, you know, might seek some kind of, you know, the government might seek some kind of action against them, and it could harm a lot of these projects out here. And of course, you don't want any anonymous dev, because there are a ton of dev scammers out there. I think the best possible scenario for a position, a developer's position, is to be someone with a proven track record, many years in the space under the same pseudonym, under the same name, all of that recorded, so everybody can go back. People can go on my Discord, which is like 5 or 6 years old, see all the pre-sales I raised for, dozens and dozens of pre-sales, raising millions of dollars, and all that's there. I made sure whenever every transaction had to be posted and documented, so it was all public, everybody can see. So it's all of that track record is there that you can be confident on. Plus, there's no one person to come after if regulation hits, right? Because I am, as far as everybody knows, you know, no one knows where I live. No one knows what my name is. I'm not hosting anything personally. So I present no target for someone coming to bring regulation.
It's almost like, as a developer, you remove the counterparty risk associated with a developer, you know, becoming a target of regulation.
Exactly. And I think that is extremely important. But if you're going to trust someone who is, and the thing is, you know, I'll also say it's very cheap to buy full KYC and just switch out a picture and give someone, you know, the wrong KYC information. You know, it's very easy to come out as public with fake information. So even trusting someone that you think is fully KYC'd and fully de-anonymized, be careful, because there's a ton of people that either have fake paperwork or they'll just scam you under their real name. You want someone who is not a target for any kind of regulators, but also has the proven track record. I believe that I bring that. And I think that's why all of my pre-sales have sold out within minutes. You know, Drip, our pre-sale sold out in minutes, like 2 minutes. And
yeah, dude, this thing's gonna go like hotcakes. The P-Rev.
We're raising about half the funds that we raised for Drip. Because
why are you limiting it to the 1.5 million?
Because you never want to wear out demand in the pre-sale. You want to leave the majority of that demand for when it lists to get the price going. So I know I could raise a lot more than this. I could raise 10, 20 times more than this. But I want to leave all of that capital to be buying when we list on the market. And I want the pre-sale to be a promotional tool to get the word out there for the project as a whole, and that its primary utility is to raise capital for most importantly the liquidity pool, and to act as a promotional tool to bring in all this demand, which will eventually have to buy on market because the pre-sale is limited.
Speaking of promotions, there's going to be some audits, right, before the public pre-sale.
Yeah, that's so we're paying for a few different marketers. One of them is Rug Dogs. We're paying for a Paladin audit. We're having a banner on a very popular DeFi space that people will know. People will see it when it happens, and it's what we're going to do is, I say people will see it when it happens because I never want to overpromise for anything. So I'd rather do something and then promote it rather than say I'm going to do something and then promote it before I do it. And you see what I'm saying? So
absolutely, that's your integrity.
Yeah. So the audit and the I can say Rug Docs because I've already negotiated a deal with them and all that. That's all taken care of. So that's why I can say them specifically by name. But the all of that is in the process and will be out after the private pre-sale, before the public pre-sale. And that's why the private pre-sale is for DAO members. It's for people who already know and believe in what I do, and they want a big allocation, and they don't care. They know they'll see the audit when the audit comes out, and it will be good.
Dude, I don't need an audit. I don't need to sign. Take my money. I don't need an audit.
For us, essentially, the audit is a promotional tool because we spend so much time and we work with in-house audits that have the same scripts that the major auditors are using. But as just for people that don't know how we work, and as a promotional tool, we're getting a Paladin audit, which is a very high-end audit. They do great work. So we're going to release all this stuff after the private pre-sale, before the public pre-sale. And the only reason why we're not releasing them before the private pre-sale is because we just want to get this show on the road. And we know that people in the private pre-sale, they're people in the DAO. They've been part of all my other projects. They know what's up. They want to get in regardless, and they want a large allocation. So
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So we're going to announce that on Monday, the date for the private one.
So the announcement will be on Monday, and then the actual pre-sale itself will be on Thursday, you said?
Yeah, the following Tuesday or Thursday, most likely Thursday. I'm going to spend from now until Monday talking with a bunch of the influencers that we're working with to get them in the private pre-sale. They're not getting any special deals. They're not getting any extra drip, no promotional tokens, nothing like that. I'm just making sure that they get a place in the private presale because I know that they're going to put in the work to refer and promote. So it's going to be worth it for everybody for them to be in it. So I just have to deal with all them, which is a nice handful of people. And when I get all of them, I'll know better if it'll be Tuesday or Thursday. But let's just say, to be safe, the following Thursday is more likely.
Okay. And I think this is something that we haven't explored too much. Maybe we can, I mean, I'll go as long as you want to go, Forex. I'm at your disposal.
I'm here, man. I'm here.
we can pull a Richard Hart style stream.
Yeah.
Danny, you got to be dying, dude. You've been up literally for 24 hours, eh?
It's 8:26 a.m. now, and I've been up since 4 a.m. yesterday.
Wow. Bro. You sound like me. That's what I'm doing.
Oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm still here. I'm still listening in.
So the referrals,
yeah.
The referral system. Now this will be something that, for example, I would be able to promote by having like just a link under my YouTube videos.
Yeah, when you connect your wallet, it will give you a link.
I can't do it yet, though. The site's not.
You can't do it yet. No, the reason why you can't do it yet is we didn't connect the contracts yet. And the reason why we didn't connect the contracts yet is because we have to do the pre-sale and everything else first. And we want it so, if we allow people to connect their wallet, even if we didn't have the other contracts connected, people would be able to create referral links and spread them around, but they wouldn't get credit for it because the contracts aren't connected. So all of the referrals and everything, that will go live shortly before the farm goes live. Like I was saying, we're having that grace period from when the liquidity is added and people can get their tokens to when the rewards go live. That grace period is where if you're a team or however, if you have a structured referral, that's when you execute your plan.
Gotcha.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you get your link once everything is live, and is it based on just like the website? Does the website just basically track when somebody used your referral link to come to the website?
Yeah, but it is on chain though. It does the essentially when someone uses your link,
and they connect their wallet.
Yeah, they have a connected wallet. They use your referral link. The front end sends it sends that information to the contract, and it logs your referrals in the contract.
So anytime that wallet does business with the farm, the referral rewards will be generated. When
they withdraw. Or when they harvest rewards, that's when you get your rewards. When they harvest their rewards, you get 3% of it.
And that would just like show up right here in your whatever you have staked?
Yeah, it's going to show up in your if you go to actually you don't have your since you don't have your wallet connected, you're not going to see, but it would allow you to withdraw them essentially from the homepage.
Oh, the homepage.
Yeah,
would it be like down here?
So there's going to be different information like the price of the token, your how much you're holding in your wallet, all of that stuff when you connect your wallet. It's not on there right now because you don't have your wallet connected, but when you connect your wallet, it's going to show you this information, and that's what keeps track of how many referrals you have and all that.
Okay, but I can't. It's looking like it'll let me connect my wallet, but that's not legit, right? Because
We have some test contracts up.
Oh, is there any? There's no danger in connecting a wallet then, right?
There's no danger connecting the wallet, but it's not going to. It's not going to give you any information or anything.
Okay, there I am.
But
so
yeah,
then
so
it would show your referrals up here, or your
you have a referral
earnings
balance that you can withdraw. So there's a thing to withdraw and withdraw all. And when you do withdraw all, it withdraws from all the different farms you're staked in and your referral bonus, or you can just go into farms or pools and pick individual pools and withdraw your rewards or withdraw your LP or your rewards. You just have essentially a balance that builds up on the platform that you can claim, which is your referrals.
Gotcha. Well,
you can also see on the referral site, it will tell you the number of your referrals and the commission you've earned, and you'll be able to withdraw it from there.
Yeah, I see that right here.
But the front end has just like a small dashboard.
So the Telegram for this farm is not up yet. Is that right?
No, I'm going to post it. I just woke up right before I got on the call with you. So I'm going to, when we get off this call, I'm going to be working all night, all till tomorrow. And, you know,
you sound like me now. Social
media and everything are going to be spread around in the groups and in Drip Group and, you know, all the groups, Moonshot Hunters, Dog Pound, Crypto Black Sheep,
Crypto Winner Circle, Sona's group, right?
Yeah, Crypto Winner Circle, Gisu, the Korean one, and then we have all of the different language drip channels. So, and then Twitter and all these places. So I'll be spreading all of the links there, and then once we have a few hundred or a few thousand people in the group, then I'll add it to the front end of the website, and then when we promote it using like RugDoc and these other promotional services, people will go to the social media and see that we have, you know, hundreds of thousands of people. The Telegram will be thousands. Actually, both will be thousands, but you know,
definitely. I mean, I can't imagine why anybody in the drip chat wouldn't migrate over to the Manor chat.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll likely have thousands in there like immediately. And then whenever you have social media presented to like people that aren't aware of your project, you want to make sure that you've already had your base go there and support it. So when they go there, they see that there's a community and there's support behind it.
We have almost 5,000 members in the main drip chat.
I know, we're growing all the time. You know, it's steady growth.
Well, do you think we covered this pretty well? Do you?
I think we did. I think I'll come back on though in a couple days or a week or something, and you know, do it again. I'll be in voice chat and on other people's streams and on YouTube, you know, almost every day for the next couple weeks. So you know, everybody will be seeing a lot more
one day, mate.
What's
to
up?
Have you on one of my streams one day.
Yeah, definitely. Just give me a DM and then DM on too, because if you're not already in my DM folder, I'm not going to be able to see that you DM'd me. But I have the admins in a special folder that it won't max out because there's only a handful of them in there. So if they send me a DM, I'll definitely see it. But if someone that's not already in the DM folder sends it to me, because Telegram it maxes you out at 99 notifications. So mine fills up at 99 notifications right away, and then I can't tell if anybody else DM'd me.
I can imagine that. Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. I'll definitely get in touch with you.
It's only going to get worse, Forex.
Yeah, well, a lot of it I know are really good people. And when I see, I just happen to see a DM to me because it pulls up on the left-hand scroll. And I just happen to see it because I'm sitting there. You know, it's always a great response by somebody. And, you know, we have a nice short conversation. They tell me, like, how much drip has helped them, or they have a question about it. The issue is that the Telegram is on like CoinMarketCap and on a bunch of places. So there's all of these bots that look at who they just scan all of CoinMarketCap. They go to the Telegram. It looks at who the owner of the Telegram group is of the project and just starts sending them spam messages. So it's just endless spam all the time. And if you like would look at any of the emails, like I have reap.com, like at reap.com, like our own email hosting for all of the projects, the inboxes are just full of spam. It's crazy. So it's impossible to keep track of most people's posts. But if you get to one of the admins, they'll put it in front of me.
You know, that I don't know why, but that reminds me of kind of a burning question that or topic of discussion that I wanted to explore with you. If we could talk about one more thing. It's related to the content monetization use case. And in my opinion, and one of the things I'm so excited about that, specifically with OnlyFans, is we have an opportunity not only to disrupt the payment model for monetized content, but we also have an opportunity to decentralize the delivery infrastructure of exclusive content. So can you talk about how the, for example, this main focus visual dude, how is he going to be distributing the exclusive content that people are buying by joining his drip team?
All right. So the idea is that we could use the trying to think of the specific name. Oh, the collab bot. There's a current bot called the collab bot, which allows you to connect your wallet to a website, and then this website will give you a link based on what your the block data is telling them. So people will often use that if they have a DAO group. For example, I use it for the Reap DAO, where you need to have 300 Reap in your wallet. The collab bot allows you to connect your wallet to the collab bot through their website. It will then see if you have 300 Reap in your wallet, and if you do, send you a link to the private Telegram group in the DAO. But it doesn't need to be Telegram. It could be a private link to any platform. It could be a private link to private YouTube videos, or unlisted videos, or it could be an application of its own eventually if we decide to do that. But through this model, they could essentially give they could give a website link to either an application that they provide private content through, or links to unlisted or private content, or through some sort of group, like a private Telegram group, or a privatized Instagram group, or whatever platform they take the most advantage of, and then give access, that exclusive content access, to the members of that private group. I would say that is the most efficient way to do it, is to create a private Instagram or Telegram or whatever platform they use, and give access to that private account to people who essentially click a link that takes them to the Collab Lab website, connect their wallet. It sees that they're holding what they're supposed to be holding and gives them a link to the private group now. You know,
yeah.
and
What I like about that is
a link with some sort of information as well, like some sort of password or some sort of security measure.
Right. I think what's so what has so much potential about that in my mind is the ability to not only decentralize the content delivery, but that that's censorship resistant, right? So I don't know if you heard about this, but OnlyFans is one of the platforms used by the focused visual influencers, right? Yeah. And I because of OnlyFans being tied into Drip, I followed their Twitter, and there was a tweet from them weeks ago now where they basically censored a bunch of their users, and now these people that had they were literally making a living by providing exclusive content on OnlyFans. Now all of a sudden they're out on the street, essentially, right? Their livelihood has been taken away from them.
I think what a lot of them are trying to do is trying to find some sort of secondary platform where they can use OnlyFans as their primary platform, but then give the exclusive content that might be restricted on OnlyFans through an additional private private platform, private group, whatever they decide to do. I think when I saw that, I was thinking the same thing. It's a perfect opportunity, and there's a ton of girls that are on a part of Focus Visual that OnlyFans is their primary platform that they take advantage of. Most of them use a program called Booyah, which is like Restream.io or a couple other programs that allow you to post on multiple different platforms at the same time. They use Booyah, I think, because Booyah works with some that others don't, like TikTok and OnlyFans and some of those, I believe. So they use that. And I believe that a lot of them probably were affected by these recent regulations that OnlyFans have brought up, and they could potentially be losing a significant amount of their client base because they don't have an established payment model for their secondary private platform. And I think Drip could provide a perfect opportunity for this, because of the way it aligns the content users with the content creators, allowing them both to make content, allowing them to make the content available for the viewers, while allowing them both to earn passive income, right? So the content creator ends up making more capital than they would have through a subscription model, through the referrals, and then the user base gets the content they want, plus they're making a significant return through yield. And of course, this value is being generated through the content that the content creators are providing and the streamlined payment model that we're providing.
Yeah, it's such a huge opportunity. And I just to talk a little bit about my current projects, I have teamdripguide.com, which the mission of that is to bring as many what I call no coiners into Drip. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for somebody with zero crypto experience to come into Drip and make a small investment. And there was a guy yesterday on the voice chat, CryptoWorks, Kevin.
I know him.
Yeah, he's doing these workshops where he's literally giving people free Drip. He's taking people through the whole process. Get a MetaMask wallet, and he's literally funding their initial investment. So it's completely risk-free. I thought that was a phenomenal idea.
Yeah. People in Drip are so smart, man. There's so many interesting, smart people involved with Drip. It's so good.
Yeah. And so this is my main focus right now, and I'm almost finished. I finally finished these step-by-step instructions to try to make it as easy as possible, and then I produced this fiat to Drip video, which tells them, walks them through the cheapest, fastest, easiest way to get capital, because it's kind of difficult, right? But to get some, yeah, and then. Yeah. But so once this is like completely up and running, and I plan to have like this whole marketing system, and anybody that comes to this will be able to enter like a contest to win free Drip, and they will actually be going under my directs as not as my direct, but as a direct of my direct. So basically my level 2. And all of my directs in exchange for getting these referrals fed to them from the website, they're going to be like the personal Drip guide to help guide these new people, these newbies, no coiners, into Drip, to the extent it's not already clearly laid out for them right here. But I also recently purchased, and I don't have a site or anything. I purchased drip-fans.com. So kind of just like you were saying, I'm
going to head off OnlyFans, hey?
Yeah, I'm going to go after that. I'm going to go after OnlyFans, and we'll call it Drip Fans. And I think it'll primarily just be like an educational site to where I could have videos and information to help educate these content creators about this payment model, and about this way to do things peer-to-peer with DeFi, and without middleman, and without censorship. Right?
We can always use more knowledge bases, and I think what you're doing right now is a large part was providing value into Drip. Right? You're actually creating value through. Because this information doesn't just apply to Drip. You're targeting it at Drip, but this is information that anybody that needs to get into crypto is going to need. And all of the things that people are working on with Drip and as part of Drip are playing a major role in the appreciation of the price, and why the price has done what it's done. I mean, I think Drip has everything it needs fundamentally to perform extremely well, but it takes a community to get behind the project. And I mean, what you're doing is amazing.
It's like we're in crypto. Crypto in general is hugely bullish going forward. We're in a particular subset of crypto called DeFi, which is even more bullish than crypto in general. And we're in a particular product within DeFi called Drip Network, which is even more bullish because it's such an amazingly designed, phenomenal product, right? So it's almost scary to think about the potential here, because I mean, the price of
changing lives. It's not just changing lives; it's permanently changing lives, and that's a big difference.
I actually asked you this on the voice chat, but I don't think you had a chance to talk about it. But there is a potential here with all of us folks involved in Drip Network that, this price could go absolutely bananas. There's no reason with a $3 million market cap, or even a $15 million market cap, that we can't double, triple, quadruple, 10x. And people hanging on to Drip right now and having an account in Faucet, that's an insane amount of daily income, like insane. So, I mean, what's your guidance, I guess, on what I call sudden wealth syndrome? Like, how do you have any tips or advice for people that are very likely going to be like undergoing this really massive change to their lives. It's a good change, but it's still like kind of scary, you know, to have that much of a drastic change in our lives. What do you have any advice for that?
Well, yeah, I would say you need to take time by yourself to think about how you're going to manage that capital. So I would say I would first look if you have any debts, because in investing, you're always looking to get a few percentage more. It's very hard to get your percentage up when it comes to investing on the profit side. But a way that most people can fairly easily get their yearly ROI up without needing to, come up with some crazy investment model is by paying off their debt. So I would say I would first pay off debt that isn't, if you have a very low interest on it and you're able, like a property that you're able to create cash flow off of, obviously that's different. But if you just have debt, car debt, whatever it is, I would say pay off your debt, handle that, and then find some stability. If you didn't have any wealth at all, get your life more stable, invest in yourself. If you have a nice place to live, that's good, but a lot of people, if they're just suddenly getting wealth, don't have a nice place to live. I would say get a stable, good place to live. Maybe not buy a house, but just get yourself a good place to live where you can continue to work, and focus on what you've proven to yourself to be good at. So don't take that wealth that you have and now just decide, I'm going to start a used car company and I'm going to finance my uncle's painting service, and I'm going to buy this property and start to rent it out. I would say,
would you say, what if we, like when we get to a point where we are removing significant amounts of capital, like every day, every week or whatever, I agree with you. First of all, I think paying down certainly any kind of credit card debt, car debt, boat debt, whatever you have, is a fantastic idea. Just to get out from underneath that pressure and that stress of, debt slavery. But once you get to a point where, that's all taken care of and you literally just have chunks of capital coming out every day, would you say to keep that capital within crypto, or would you have some more legacy? Would you put part of it in some more legacy finance type of investments, like the freaking stock market or TLT or anything like that? Or would you just keep it all in crypto?
No, I would say if you've made a significant amount of money in crypto, that is the market that and I would keep a significant portion of my capital in crypto as a store of value and as a longer term appreciating asset, and to look for new projects maybe similar to or that had the kind of fundamentals that you look for in the one that you made all of that money in, right? So and look to put that money to work in a market that you've already proven that you were able to make capital in. Some percentage of it, put it into whatever you need to pay your bills, and then you could do an index, or you could do, I would say if you're in crypto, you're already probably overexposed to like high speculative tech stock. So I would stay away from any kind of like speculative tech stock. I would stay away from anything like that, and probably go into something that's like a high dividend paying super legacy, like IBM, you know, GE, some of these
Walmart,
like,
McDonald's.
Well, yeah, exactly. Walmart's a good one. And you know, if you have an IRA or some kind of way to shield the taxes from these high dividend paying holdings, definitely do that, because you're going to have to pay taxes on those dividends. If you can have those high dividend paying stocks in something that shields you from taxes like an IRA, you're not going to have to pay taxes on those dividends. And it's just, I mean, that's the way to do it, because the major draw is the dividends. So if you don't have to pay taxes on them, that's how you handle it. Yeah. So
if someone started their crypto accounts with basically after-tax cash, it's too late, right? Like, it's too late to put all of your crypto holdings in some sort of tax shielded account, like you were saying. You have to start that from the beginning, don't you? Well, I don't know. Right, that's a dumb question. I shouldn't ask you for tax advice, but
well, the way that taxes are currently now is when you get a new asset. So if you were to take crypto that you have now and trade it to a different chain, like you took ETH, traded it for Bitcoin, that's considered an asset sale, and you have to pay capital gains tax on any kind of profit that you made on that asset. As far as if you got like a large airdrop or something like that, then you would, you know, if there's some sort of profit involved, you have to pay a taxes on that airdrop. If it's
yeah, even if it's
something listing with $0, right, and you get it, and then it appreciates in value to you know, and it had no pre-sale, appreciating value, then you would just have to pay taxes on capital gains. So essentially, depending on how much crypto you started out with, you probably don't need to pay taxes on anything involving that initial purchase. And then you're going to want to pay capital gains tax on anything that you turn into fiat or do cross-chain. But there's some gray area in cross-chain. Atomic swaps may not be considered asset sales. On-chain transactions, on-chain swaps are not considered asset sales. So, you know, I would say, anyways, talking about, you know, regulation in crypto and tax, it's always changing. But your safest bet right now is to just treat it like any other asset. And if you sell it, pay capital gains tax on it. And that's it.
Absolutely.
But anyways, we got on that just because you asked about it when I was talking about IRAs. But yeah, I would say just
we'll move to Cancun, Mexico.
I didn't need to trap you. I'm not trying to get you to give tax advice. Sorry.
Yeah, anyways, I'm talking about U.S. tax too. There's the tax is different all over the world, and there's people all over the world invested in drip. So I definitely can't tell anybody how they should pay their taxes.
Obviously, yeah.
But the so I would say, and then if I don't know about precious metals, if like I'm not really big into precious metals, but you know, if you like that, you could get into some of that. But I would say the majority is stick with what made you the money and get into fundamentally sound crypto products to be your store of wealth, and use a portion of it to try to find the next project that's going to you know, give you some great appreciation.
Yeah. And we can also extract some capital from our drip investment and pop it over to the farm and make even more.
Make BUSD. Yeah, make consistent BUSD rewards.
Hell yeah.
This is the thing. So the fact that you can use drip in the farm and you can secure BUSD rewards, it also supports drip in such a major way, because you can take the drip that you're earning, stake them in the farm, and now as LP tokens, and now earn BUSD rewards. So you're securing profit on your drip in the form of BUSD by putting them in the farm.
Selling drip. But now if you harvested some drip from your faucet account, you would have to pair that directly with Pancake Swap, right? You wouldn't put it here because this is,
with BUSD, yeah.
Right. So you'd end up, but you wouldn't be able to go. You can't take drip into the drip liberation contract. You can only take BUSD into this, right? So if you had, some loose drip that you claimed out of faucet, you would then go to Pancake Swap and sell half of that drip for BUSD and then buy an LP token?
Yeah, and that wouldn't hurt the price of drip because all you're doing is you're taking that BNB out for a second and then just putting it back in the form of BUSD with less drip tokens. So the price is higher.
So you would have a tax on that one because you'd have drip in your wallet and you'd be going directly to Pancake Swap, selling it there, selling half of it there, and then doing the. Would that be two taxes? Like one when you sold it and.
You wouldn't need to sell half the drip. I mean, you could just take existing drip. If you only want to do half as much, you can just use half as much drip and pair it with BUSD that you already have. If you want to sell drip, then yeah, you're going to have the taxes and everything that comes with selling drip. That's the whole point of why drip's so sustainable, because it has its measures against selling, right? So there's no way to allow people to send drip to a contract and not pay a tax on it. So there's no way for them, because you can only whitelist the sender. So we would have to whitelist every single person from the tax for them to be able to do that. And then that would break the whole system of drip. So what it is if you want to get the 10% tax, if you're removed, when you add liquidity to drip, you need to send BUSD to the liberation contract. It will buy the drip for you, and it will pair it for you, and then send you the LP tokens. And it's whitelisted, and this is how you avoid the tax. And then you can take the LP tokens and stake them or do whatever with them, and there's no tax on transacting those LP tokens.
Okay.
Oh, my phone's ringing. I thought
yeah.
It hung up.
You're right.
So this is really a place for new capital. If you have existing capital in the form of drip, you're basically going to have to pay the 10% tax when you convert that drip into a drip BUSD liquidity token.
It's impossible to do anything other than that because, like I would just explain. So I would say if you have existing drip, then have it, keep it in the faucet and keep it making returns in the faucet. If you want to interact with the farm and add liquidity to drip on Pancake Swap, you should do it with BUSD. That's how you're going to avoid the most taxes, at least.
But I kind of like the idea of, so for example, let's say you have a big faucet account and you're almost at, you're almost at that, or maybe you are at that MMP, right? So rather than selling every day, selling your claimed drip every day, rather than doing that, just pair it with BUSD. Like sell half of it to get BUSD, and then get the LP token and put it over here.
Yeah,
so that way you're not selling your position. You're just paying a 10% tax on your position, and then you start to earn these tokens.
And that's why we had no deposit fee. That's why I want to make sure we had no deposit fee on drip, because there is a tax involved with drip transactions. You can avoid it through the drip liberation contract, but there's still a tax involved with drip. So I wanted to ensure that there was no tax to stake the drip LP tokens on here.
Yeah.
So if you're staking anything else, you're going to be paying a tax anyways. So you can
this is really cool too, because
USD through liberation, not pay the tax, or if you already have drip, you can choose to sell some, pay a tax, but everybody else is paying the tax too. And you know, your tax is coming in the transaction, their tax is coming in the deposit fee.
I really love this idea for like we do have some whales. Let's be honest. We have some whales already in Faucet, right? We have some people with big positions in their Faucet accounts, and maybe they haven't hit MMP yet, but they're going to fairly soon, right? Within a year for sure. And so rather than those existing drip whales, like putting a constant daily sell pressure on the drip market, they just take their drip over here and they don't sell it. You know what I mean? Like, and that supports the price even more. And they can actually realize, because honestly, who needs, you know, whatever, $3,000 a day, $4,000 a day with a big drip faucet position? You're going to be making, and this current price, you're going to be making that much per day. But who needs that? Like, I don't need anywhere near that amount of money per day just to live and move on with my life. You know, so I love that idea of not providing any new sell pressure on the price. Just take it over here, and this is a way for me to earn a passive income and just continue the game.
And you're earning a new passive income through a different model, so that kind of diversifies your risk a little bit. But it's still, you know, it's under a developer that you know you can trust. It has really good game theory, so yeah, it's just a way of you to diversify your, you know, your passive income if you're an existing drip holder and drip, you know, farmer and staker. But I would say with whales, I mean, like any project, you're gonna have some bigger holders, some smaller holders, but we're you know, we're pretty well spread out as far as like the amount of holders and how much each holder has in their positions, and you know, we're pretty well distributed as far as like the supply goes.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, I was muted because I was finishing the last of a little bit of food that my wife brought me. Have you seen have you seen this? I'm going to try to, gosh, if my mouse will cooperate. Have you seen this? I want to plug this guy's work because this is absolutely awesome work that he's done here putting this site together. It reminds me of like the whole Hex community, and there's like a million different sites to look at every different aspect of Hex, and now the drip community is starting to expand in that same way, where people are just organically, you know, contributing to the ecosystem of their own accord.
I gotta definitely put that in the call channel. I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah. Okay. So shout out to Mathieu. I'm not sure how I guess you just say Mathieu. Shout out to you. And I already gave him an airdrop because I thought this was so awesome.
That was cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out as soon as I get off of here. That was awesome.
Yeah.
People should support, you know, the builders in the community that really, you know, set this project apart from, you know, these fly-by-night projects that are launching every day.
100%.
Agreed. Totally.
Well, dude, we've been going
4 hours.
Over 4 hours.
We broke a record, did we?
Yeah, man. I know. That's what happens when you end up talking about a project from start to finish and everything. But I appreciate you having me on. I'll come back on in a few days, or I'll jump on
Danny's channel. Yeah.
Yeah, Danny's channel.
That'd be awesome. Like, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so just I'll get in touch with you after the show and we'll schedule something. So I'm going to be in interviews all week, but I really appreciate you letting me come on and talk about the project. And I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. You know, your channel's amazing. Everybody in the space has done. You've really, really contributed a lot to the project. And, you know, I'm doing everything I can to continue to develop for it. And we're going to have another major round of promotion about to happen because when we promote the farm, we're promoting drip. And, you know, and I'm just really super excited about it. And I'm happy to come on and do an interview.
Same here. Yeah. Super exciting. And yeah, I know that I speak on behalf of the entire drip community that we love you. We appreciate the heck out of you. And you're definitely, you know, definitely changing lives, not just me, tons of people. One thing that I think that's going to happen in the next, let's say 6 months, we're going to start to have those testimonial type situations, you know, where somebody has had their life change. And we can have a few of them.
I've got a few major ones already. It's just, I don't
look at mine.
Want to talk about anybody specific. I'll let them talk for themselves, but yeah, I've gotten a few major ones.
Forex, I've just come off having that terrible disease, which we won't mention. And I was flat on my back for the last 3 weeks. I'm back on track now, but thanks to drip, I covered everything I needed to cover while I was, yeah, man, it's a total life changer. And I thank you for that.
It's amazing. That's what it was designed for. I'm so happy to see that it's working.
Yeah,
for people.
Man, it is. It's just absolutely amazing. You know, I speak with Brandon about this all the time. For me, you know, I'm not in it just for the big elephant at the end. You know, I use it along the way, and I don't have to work anymore. So I'm one of those people, man. Thank you very much for that.
That's amazing. Yeah, and for me, you can get freed up. Oh, sorry. If you can free up that all those resources that you were putting towards making that amount of money that you had to cover, if you didn't have drip every day, you can now put those resources towards something, you know, to build something for yourself or get better at investing or do it, and it compounds. And you know, just getting that freedom to have the ability to use your resources to something that benefits you directly is amazing. I'm glad you're able to have that.
Oh man, look, it's amazing. It's a real life changer. And as I said earlier, it's a permanent life changer because we know that this thing's just going to keep getting better and better and better. And so if I can do it this month, next month is going to be the same. And the next month's going to be the same. And, you know, I literally don't have to work anymore.
It's a lot. Like I'm excited about, I'm actually planning to, I told my place of employ, I told my employer that I would like to retire early at the end of the year. And they were, of course, like, oh, well, can you please stay like part-time? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll. So I think I'm going to stay on part-time, but I am in the middle of a career transition, which I'm going from tech support engineer supporting a lab automation equipment system that's used in hospital labs. I'm going from that tech support to drip tech support or crypto tech support. And it's fabulous because I get to do, like, I love teaching. I love teaching people. I love breaking down technical subject matter in a way that people can understand. And just that whole process of explaining things, which is what I do on my videos. But now I'm able to continue to do that part of it without punching a time clock, without the glorified secretary parts of my current job. And yeah, it's just like a complete career transition, but I get to do the parts of my career that I enjoy. I get paid a lot better for it now, and I can do it on my own terms, you know? So I thank you for that because I mean, yeah, it's legit changing my life, and I know it's gonna. I'm happy. I feel good about bringing crypto to the world, right? Because crypto is a good thing. Screw the central bankers. Let's all go to crypto. And DeFi is a good. Like, I get to bring all this positive stuff to the world, which is helping humanity, and get rewarded for it. So it's the best of both worlds. Yeah,
we need to. I believe that crypto is going to revolutionize how global banking is going to be done. That's not going to happen overnight. So it's going to be many, many steps. And I think that what we're doing now is just part of the process of this, major goal of setting up a new global banking system. And
seriously, and one that benefits all people, as opposed to one that benefits just a tiny majority at the top, right?
Well, that's what we're working towards. So I'm gonna keep working towards it. I appreciate you guys having me on. Maybe now you could negotiate a pay raise with your boss, since you don't really need to be there. He really wants you to come in. That sounds like an opportunity.
The way I'm doing that is I'm going to go half-time. I'm going to go to 20 hours a week instead of 40. So that'll nice. Be it's a little bit scary, to be honest. I mean, I've drawn a paycheck steady for 25 years, so it's a little bit scary to not have that. But so it's a little bit of a halfway step to do the part-time thing. But anyway, appreciate very much appreciate having you coming on. I've been looking forward to this for a very, very long time, and it exceeded my expectations. So,
thanks for having me. I'll come back on soon, and I'll come on Danny's channel soon as well.
That'd be awesome. Hey, Forex, one thing, quick question: do you drink at all?
Occasionally I'll have a drink. I don't drink often, but
I'm going to cheers to you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
This is my blue drinks, and my other question, because no one knows where you are, how I'm going to send you a bottle of it.
Oh man, I got people that want to send me drip merch as well. I'll figure something out. I have to figure something out without giving myself up. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
No worries, bro.
All right,
thanks again. It's been a pleasure, and we'll catch up with you soon. I will send you a DM, and hopefully you see it. And we'll chat.
Send it to me, and just when you do, tell On. He'll actually send it to On too, and then he'll forward it to me, and I'll get it for sure. But maybe I'll just see your DM as well, because if I'm on and you DM it, maybe I'll see it. But either way, we're gonna get in contact. Right after we get out of here, we'll get in contact. So
awesome.
Thank you, dude.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Take care, buddy.
Later. See ya.